Hey guys, nobody's watching so far, but maybe somebody's tuning in. We're gonna record this and I don't know if we're gonna put it on YouTube, probably not because it's just a one-time event. Oh, here's first viewer tuned in. Hi.
Howdy.
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Jürgen from Renovation Films. You might seen me on several Kickstarter perk introduction videos already. And with me is my buddy Tim Madsen from Pennsylvania?
Eastern Pennsylvania right now.
Bethlehem.
Yes, with baby Jesus.
Yeah, that's why we're on a Christmas show. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, Tim, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm a film producer, a video producer who's been at it for a while. I also do stop motion animation. Have done that long ago. Still do it from time to time, but that's actually how I met you back in around 2000, 2001, somewhere in there. And
probably a bit sooner, late 99, early 2000.
Yeah. You see, I had forgotten that. I had met you while we were doing Helmont Avenue, and we're shooting on 16 mil.
Yeah.
And I probably came across you in some stop motion forum. Is that where it was?
That was pre-forum. That was the Yahoo Clay Animation Stop Motion mailing list.
Oh, wow.
That was back in the day. So you would send questions through emails, and then people would either get individual emails as soon as they were written, or you get like a how do you say that? Like one mail including everything that happened the last 24 hours or something.
Wow. That's also how I met Bruce Bickman, the stop motion animator that did work with Frank Zappa. So he was like giving me insight, and you were giving me insight for stop motion animation. That was long time ago. We actually shot that on 16 mil, and we shot that to where it's not like today. We didn't even have video assist. We should have had a lunchbox, but we didn't. We were cheap, just shooting with a Bolex Rex. But yeah, I would like to know more about like what tools you're using today, because I think you had the same process, right? Where what was your first stop motion film shot on? Super 8, 16?
Well, actually, back in the early 2000s, or when we first met, I was super impressed by the stills you sent from the Helmont Avenue, because it had like the film look with the shallow depth of field, and so it looked kick-ass. And I was working with a broken High 8 camera, like a camcorder.
Oh wow!
And an analog video capture card. So this was the only possibility how you could grab a frame from a live video stream. And so I started my first tests, and the first Crappy Christmas was shot without video assist, because there wasn't any software around offering that. And then there was a person, I forgot his name. He created like a really simple software called Anasazi, named after the mysterious Indian tribe. There's they built some. All I know about this is there are buildings or constructions, and nobody knows where these people went. So all that's left is
Sorry, my young one interrupted.
No problem. Okay. So I'm drifting away. So anyway, this guy created the software, and I think it was also on that mailing list where he asked for people to try it out. So I was one of the people giving it a shot, and it was really cool. And yeah, that was still SD camcorder. So that's how I started. And I kind of worked like that, but with different software on different OS. I worked, for example, the ASP music video was shot on a program called Exposer, and that was written by a guy from the German Animation University in Berlin, or Potsdam. And he was the first guy who invented the frame averaging, so that you would record a frame multiple times, and then this frame would get interpolated and overlaid, so it would kill almost any grain, you know. How would you say that?
Like a denoiser?
Yeah, like a denoiser. And this way you could shoot like badass quality. It was like really high end. You know, you could use a crappy home camcorder, and you could shoot quality that would exceed like Beta SP or whatever back in the day, or the Digi Beta or whatever. But it would, you know, totally be top notch studio quality coming out of a really shitty camcorder.
And here you are today using all these techniques and better tools to make the new Crappy Christmas, because the first Crappy Christmas was all about the toilet and wrapping a poo, right? Something like that.
Yeah, right.
That's why you're getting the funds together. Let's talk about like what you're using these funds together today for. What are you doing with this money you're trying to raise?
Oh, with the money right now, it's oh wait, I have to look it up.
Please do.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say because the money itself is it's not enough for anything really. So it's all the money we raised on the last crowdfunding and on this one is mainly to cover costs for travel, materials, energy, so just paying the bills. And the main reason or the main use on this campaign was that when I applied for film funding in like last year or 2 years ago, I was told that I could have gotten or whatever like 50,000 euros or 40,000, and you have to go to a consulting meeting, and they already tell me, hey, if you ask for 40, you're not getting anything, because the jury rather gives small amount of money to several projects instead of the full amount to only a few. So this is like, that's where the whole stupidity starts, you know. They're advertising up to 40,000 or 50,000 euros per project, and then you get being told, forget it, kid, you know, like total Charlie Brown move. And I was actually being told, don't ask for too much or you're not getting anything. Then because of that, I cut down the script and deleted the complete last act. And this made the ending of the film really hopeless. So I thought, times currently are hopeless anyways, you know. So it really sucks going to a theater and, you know, watch a film that's even more or as depressing as reality. So I kind of really want to include the final act. So this is why we're asking for another 5,000 euros, which of course we're not going to keep. We have to pay Kickstarter fees and the merchandise and everything. But this money will be used for creating this last final act. So we have to build a bunch more puppets, shoot more scenes, like a full, complete, additional scene. And it's a exterior shot, so it will be a big set with the mountains and trees, and so So everybody, we have an update.
Let's see it. Drum roll, please.
Da-da-da-da. Okay, we have 87 backers, and we're at 4,357 euros now. Yeah.
We could do
Okay.
this.
Yeah.
Before this is over, I'm going to even contribute myself because this needs to happen because I think you're very talented. Ever since I've met you, you've really helped me grow when it comes to stop motion. I've seen your growth directly from what you were making before to what you're doing today. The fact that you have a background in dental work and that you're applying that to making armatures and like the detail that you're putting into your puppets is great. And you actually even have a school where you're teaching kids how to do that. And I think what you're doing is really honorable, but most importantly, you're just extremely talented and you need to be doing more of it. I'd love to see, by the way, in regards to your last film, what awards did you get so far? I think you have a few there right now, right?
Oh, yeah. So we're already jumping topics back and forth.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, show off time. Yeah. Actually, like one of the coolest thing is about making horror movies is that horror festivals have like the coolest awards. For example, let me show you this one. This is from Trash Basté from Barcelona, Spain.
Wow.
And it has three-dimensional writings. It's probably 3D printed. And it says Best Gore Short Film, Crappy Christmas, Operation Christmas Child. And then it has the logo. I mean, their festival logo is a zombie tossing a CRT in a trash can. And
that's awesome.
And on the TV screen is actually a little cutout.
Oh, wow.
Picture of the Crappy Christmas title screen.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And there's rats behind the trash can.
Oh, wow.
And yeah.
Actually, speaking of rats and trash can, when you came out to New York City to meet me, when we kind of met in person for the first time, didn't we have a rat in a trash can story? Wasn't there like a rat that was so big that we saw in the trash and was like...
I can't remember. What I can remember is my buddy Martin, who's currently on a holiday in Serbia, so he can't join us. He jumped like 6 feet high when he opened the drawer at the YMCA in Brooklyn, Greenpoint, and like a roach this big, crawled out of the drawer and vanished. We were like, "What the fuck?" First encounter with like giant roaches. So we, it went hiding behind a sideboard or like So we pulled that off the wall and was, "Where did it go? Where did it go?" And then we were totally freaking out, like, "Dude, if they crawl into our bags and laying eggs, and then we're taking them home," it was like total panic.
Yeah, actually, it's funny because my first roach story when I moved to New York City and was working in a village at the Riviera Cafe, I was working doing a day shift, and we had all the doors open because it was warm. Something came flying at me. It was massive. It was this giant flying thing. So I dodged it, and it landed on the kitchen wall, and it closed its wings, and it was a roach. And I was like, that's when I realized, holy crap, these things can fly. I didn't know that. I was so dumb. And so as soon as I realized what it was, it just literally scurried up and over the wall into the kitchen. And I was like horrified at that point because I'm like, well, if it can go that fast, be that big and go that fast, then that whole kitchen's probably riddled with them. And that's when I realized that like I was cohabitating with them, not it's them and the giant rats that we had in the garbage can, which I do remember we had an incident like that in New York. But you had another award there too that was really awesome. What was that? Besides the trash can one?
Oh yeah,
like a dragon.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, okay,
wow.
Okay. Let's show this one. It's smaller. It fits the camera.
Oh,
this
cool.
is like a awesome black skull, and
Very
it's from Visioni Notturne. It's in Italy.
Oh, cool.
And I think the ones they had on the photos, they had like golden writing. And then I wrote them and asked them if I could have one too, because I won the Grand Prix, like the Premio Giura, like the Grand Prix of the festival. And then
That's
they
awesome.
sent me this one, and it looks like this was kind of like quickly made and slapped on because it looked different. So the other ones, the red writing on the white with the black, the other was gold and looked a bit more cooler. But this is another nice dust collector on my shelf now, and I love it. And there
Cool.
were oh yeah, and the other one, this is like the most crazy one, and this is from the Dark Arts Festival in Amsterdam. This happened
Oh, wow.
over Halloween, and we went there with my little washing machine transporter, like a Volkswagen. What's it called? My brain. Caddy, a caddy. It's not a Cadillac, but it's a Volkswagen Caddy. And Alex and I put our bikes in the back of the cars. We went to Amsterdam, the city of bicycles, and then we rode our bicycles there. And it rained
cool.
all the time. So anyway, so here you have, I think it's Astaroth is a demon. He's the protector of the artists.
Oh, wow.
And he's always being depicted with a snake in his hand. And this piece alone would be a badass trophy, right?
Yeah, right.
But then check this out. Dee, 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 dee. He's on top of a giant dragon.
Yeah. Not to be outdone. Here's the dragon to boot. Wow.
And this is all.
Is that how he gets around, like on a dragon head?
Yeah, maybe he's a dragon rider.
Dune style, like instead of riding worms, he's riding dragons.
But see, this is all plastic casted. This is sculpted by an artist, so this is not anything ready-made. Was just made for the festival, and yeah, and it's so detailed. He has like a chain around his necklace. I don't know if this will focus. But anyways, it's so detailed and it's so crazy, and it's so hard to cast all these parts because it's so complex. And they had like several of those because they had a lot of prizes and a lot of filmmakers were there. And yeah, this was a really awesome award. It is put together at some point because this is not coming out of one mold.
Okay.
But this is just insane, the amount of work that went into this trophy.
That's a lot.
It's crazy. It's awesome.
That's
and
very cool.
Yeah, we actually got to take home two of them. One is for a filmmaker from Munich, Bavaria, and the director of the festival asked us if we could take it with us because it's a tough job to mail it. And then we took it back, and I contacted the guy, and I reached him, and he said, yeah, well, I don't know when I have time to meet up to exchange it. So he never ever contacted us again.
Oh,
so
wow.
Now I have one, and Alex has one in Nuremberg.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You definitely need an award show to show off all the prizes you've won for your work, So like we were saying before, it's been quite the evolution. And it's funny that I say evolution because you had an animated series, an earlier series. Wasn't it called Evolution?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't follow doing it. That would have been the right thing to do, but I got sidetracked. But I'm thinking about after this this current film is done, I'm thinking about starting something little series or something like wow, post.
So what series are you going to be starting? Is it an animated series? Is it a live action? What are you doing?
Definitely animation.
Cool.
But I'm thinking about doing something that's not as big and complex as a short movie. So something that could be done like twice a month, little episodes or something.
Cool.
Maybe something with little marshmallows.
It was fun making those for that company. And by the way, unfortunately for that company, they lost their shirts. They had to sell. They got bought out by a group out of Texas. So they were based here out of Bethlehem, but not anymore. So if anybody ever wants to do a stop motion series or a Puppetoon style series with marshmallows doing different things, we'd love to help. But
Yeah.
yeah.
We actually have to point out that you made a series or little advertising clips for a marshmallow company, and using actual marshmallows and giving them little tools or little.
Yeah, I think the most fun one was the shining piece, because they are marshmallows with chocolate on the inside already. So the idea is that it makes making s'mores easier. And with the shining piece, we did little Danny in the hallway being confronted by the twin girls, and then doing the shocking clips of them being murdered. But in our case, it was the chocolate is now exposed from the marshmallow and squished on the floor, the kind of thing. So pretty easy, but yeah, I love stop motion, and I especially love what you do because you take it to a whole nother level. You take it to the pro level, and you've done stuff for like big brands too. Didn't you do stuff for like what's that car company? I don't know. It's a British car company. The Mini Cooper.
Mini Cooper.
There we go, Cooper. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. But yeah, the Mini Cooper. Was that the one with the marker?
Yeah, right. But I was just a service, stop motion service. It's not my directing or anything. It's from Living Room Pictures in Munich.
Oh, okay.
And this won tons of awards. I have it somewhere on my website or somewhere. It's like a whole list with all the awards it won.
And then you did stuff for Lufthansa too, right? The airline.
That was KLM. That's I think,
not to be mistaken with KLF, 3 a.m. Eternal.
Well, I don't know what you're getting at.
That's a 90s reference. Sorry.
Okay.
Anyway, KLM.
So I was doing. That's also funny because I just reached out to so many people and going like, we have this Kickstarter going, so if you want to support, every little bit helps. And I already worked off several lists, all Facebook and my newsletter. Anyways, if anybody's listening and still not subscribed to the newsletter, I can just recommend that. So no AI and no algorithm, no Mark Zuckerberg can interfere. When we send an info out, you will get it. And it's on YouTube, up on the logo area somewhere up on the channel. There's a link to the newsletter if you want to subscribe.
Definitely subscribe, because it's good to keep up to date with what Jürgen is working on, and only because he works on the projects that he works on is varied, but it's all stop motion based, and he's very talented. And you built your own stepper motors, didn't you? Like that's the level you're at. You're at the level of building your own stop motion control system.
Not quite. No, the whole thing.
Something with stepper motors and building the whole configuration. Like you built your own rig, didn't you?
Well, I do. The reason I do all that crazy stuff is out of desperation, because if you have not many people in the team locally, you have to do everything yourself. There's the exception if you're financially successful, you make a lot of money, then you can buy stuff. But if you always, do unpaid stuff or genre film or, short films where you actually pay money or do not make any profit, but have to pay the bills on top. So that's when you have to get into all of that. And also, I'm really into trying stuff and finding stuff out. And once I know how it works, and then there's this big stuff, and all that's left is just do it. Then I get lazy, I was like, I already know that stuff. So yeah, no, I built a rig, and the guy who sold it, the whole thing had some flaws, and it shuttered, and it didn't work like it should. And I pointed out the weak spots, and the guy insisted, no, that's not it. And eventually, I had problems with his software in the middle of a shooting, deadline-based, commercial, whatever. And I called him and said, well, I'm having problems with your items, your software and on computer you sold me. I asked you if it can do this and that, and you told me yes, but it doesn't. And he replied, well, I don't have time to, and I'm like, hey, I'm in the middle of a project. I need service now, And he was like, well, yeah, call the programmer. And so I called the programmer. He was like, yeah, that guy's funny. He always sends everybody to me. I have no time. So I told him to come and pick up his crap, and then I bought a different control system. And my friend Martin, you met in New York.
Oh yeah.
He's a electric engineer, so he helped me build this whole power unit to power all the stepper motors. So the stepper motors are all bought, and then you have control cards, and then you need to power the control cards that control the stepper motors. Then you have to connect all that to a control computer that's controlling every stepper motor and stuff. So we put together this control box for the big motion control rig, and and then he also helped me to fix the issues with the system. That was more. He was mainly working on the electronic part, and he helped me demounting the whole thing from the ceiling. And then I added like a 3-meter long rod. So it was only driven like on one side of the whole thing. So it was driven like here, and this part just followed. And now we have a 2-side drive. So there's two, the motors is actually driving both sides, and there's no lagging and then jumping back and stuff like that. So I kind of build a focus motor, and I really tinker on that rig a lot, but the basic thing was built by a guy from Berlin.
Well, that's still cool, though. You ran into a problem, you found a solution, and you put it to work. So, and you did it, right? Did you finish the commercial on time?
If I remember correctly, it was not a commercial. It was the Asp video, the Gothic music video.
Oh, okay.
And shout out to Thomas Kleber is also watching right now. If he's still here, but he commented already, and he's the director of that
cool
music clip. And there was this very technically difficult or challenging scene where the camera is doing like a circle tracking shot in a circle, and in the middle we see Asp and Nona, and they're kissing, and while we're tracking around them, the background changes and the light. So we're starting in a balcony, and during the camera move we're ending up in the bedroom, and that's where we needed a circle. So the motion control, I calculated a circle, but when it hit like the 90 degree of the 180, it jumped. So it ran perfectly, then ran perfectly to the end. and this was not doable. So I I didn't get any support, and this whole thing didn't work. So I just tinkered around and manually tried to program a exact circle, but this didn't work out. So when we wanted to have like the two characters in center, and they went like, so it was like wobbling a bit. And then we did, Thomas and his team did a lot of compositing and, hey, Andrew, hi. Andrew Ryan just joined. Wow, we're having like a real crowd here. That's really cool.
Good.
Yeah, by the way, everybody watching, Tim and I just do some, how do you say, small talk to I hope it's entertaining. And if you want to know, yeah, it's conversation is the word I was looking for.
Oh, sorry.
We're doing some conversation. And yeah, and if you want to know anything or do a shout out or whatever, just yeah, write it in the comments. Then we're gonna try to answer your questions. And yeah, Tim and I, we go back. We go. How do you say? Go way back.
Yeah.
Way back till the 1999. So.
Yep.
Ever since I started doing stop motion, we got to know each other through a mailing list, early internet. You had interest groups exchanging thoughts and ideas on mailing lists. And then we actually met in the same year of the 9/11. What's that, 2001?
Yep.
And
that was in March, right?
March, April, around that time.
Yeah,
because
I came out to New York City to visit my, future wife, essentially, and luckily you were there at the same time, so we got to hang out and do some stuff, including going to the Muppet Workshop back when it existed in New York City, right?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, we went to see all the Muppets and also visited like the crazy guy who did like all the dice in this room with all the washing machines. Because do you remember? He looked a bit like M in the early Bond movies.
Yeah,
like this white coat and full of dye stains and stuff.
I don't know if that's the same guy that was like asking me like, "Hey, do you want to do Bear in the Big Blue House in Disney World?" And I was like, "I don't think so." Did they bring you to the oh boy, what was that, supply room where they actually house some of the old Muppets?
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Well,
But
the supply room was where the story, and because everybody's watching now, we might as well share a Muppet Insider story.
Oh yeah, the FBI
City. I don't know if you were there when he was telling us the story, but inside the supply room, there was a door, and that's because there's a room on the other side that was being used by the FBI, who were wearing woolen sweaters, who would come out of the room and not look like they kind of fit the motif of working with the Hensons. And the reason was because across the street from the workshop was the Russian consulate. So they were busy spying on the Russians from the Muppet Workshop. That's interesting and insider information for you guys who are tuning in. And that inside fact brought to you by Jürgen.
No, it's actually for you. And also the Muppet Henson Workshop, they didn't have a doorbell and no signs or nothing. So it was all secret. But right in front of the door, there was this concrete patch, and it had like Kermit's footprints in the concrete, like kind of like the Chinese Theater LA thing. I still have a picture somewhere because I photographed it.
Oh, please. I would love to see that because I actually forgot about that. One thing that my wife and I were able to do, because there was a brief bit that I was interning for Between the Lions, which was a puppet show done by WGBH, and it was former Sesame Street folks. was we got invited to a pilot show that was being recorded at the Muppet studio. And so basically the same place they did all the Muppet Show TV shows in, the original, we got to see a taping, and it was the funniest like puppet show stuff I had ever seen in my life. So it's unfortunate that you didn't get to see that show, but the fact that you got to go to the workshop, that alone, and because it no longer exists, is like, history that you got to witness. So I'm glad that I had to share that with you.
Yeah, that was awesome. Hey, okay, shout out to everybody who's watching right now. If you haven't done so, don't forget to vote for your 3 favorite sticker designs. You can vote on YouTube under the community tab. Scroll down 1 or 2, 3 posts, and there's a little poll where you can, I don't know, probably hit only one design on Facebook or Instagram. Or if you're a backer on Kickstarter, you can actually go to the update section on Kickstarter, and there are all the designs, and you can comment which numbers, or I think the stickers have letters. So because since we already hit the 50 backers, we unlocked the That's a Crowd bonus, which is three crappy Christmas stickers, and we're gonna produce them after the Kickstarter's being successfully finished, done, whatever. And just vote for your designs, and you can have your say what stickers you want.
I think that you should have made a sticker that was a replacement label for Coca-Cola bottles. That way I can go into the store quickly wrap a bunch of bottles and confuse a lot of people. Anything to confuse my fellow compatriots would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had the sticker from last time, which featured the crappy cola Santa Claus version from Uncle Frank, and depends on what bottle you use. I used it. I put it on a bottle of champagne for a friend's birthday, so to cover the Fürst Metternich, just like a brand, a German brand. So there is the thing, but yeah, you mean like to have like the exact size. But then you have like liter bottles, 2-liter bottles.
True.
So yeah.
So,
but
yep. Anyway, sorry to talk about history. I would like to know more about the current project. So, could you talk more about your current crappy Christmas project?
So, what you want to know?
What I want to know is how much do you have done already? How many of the puppets do you have built? How many of the sets do you have built? Where are you at in the stage? Are you about to shoot something? Have you already shot something?
No, actually, the original plan for this year was to start shooting and then do the Kickstarter in December and already have a little teaser. The idea was that would probably help the whole Kickstarter campaign. But then I started to try a couple more approaches to apply for more public fundings, and tried this and that all ate up time. And I also renovated my house, which I thought would take like 1 to 2 weeks, and it turned out to take 2.5 months. And then fall was there, and then so what you see on the images on the Kickstarter campaign, this is not everything we have so far. There's a lot of little side secondary sets, a TV studio, and a living room for another person, for you've probably, I mean, you've seen everything so far.
Oh, I've seen everything, and I love the details because clearly you guys are very professional and talented at what you do, and the amount of detail you're putting in is similar, if not identical, to what I've seen with. Oh my gosh, I almost said Harold and Kumar, but that would have been hilarious. The stop motion Wallace and Gromit. I don't know why, and obviously that in regards to storylines, you and Wallace and Gromit couldn't be further apart. But the fact that Wallace and Gromit, the person who builds the the small pieces for it, is so detailed, and you guys do the same thing. The level of detail that you're putting into your pieces is phenomenal. Like the mini TV set, the couch, the details in the living room. You guys are spot on. Like, clearly at the level that's above and beyond. And I think the problem with the content that you're creating, and this is again just my personal opinion, is that the stories that you're trying to tell are really high level, and it's too much for a lot of folks. Like, you wouldn't necessarily see the current, crappy Christmases on Prime, Amazon Prime, even though you don't really want to anyway, because like F that guy. But where would you eventually see some of your work?
Okay, first I have to address the detail thing.
Yes, sorry, I'm kind of hitting you from all angles here.
Yeah, but the detail level is actually a curse. And for example, you mentioned the first crappy Christmas. This was really trashy, just put together really quickly, and it did work for that little fart joke, So it's always the questions: how much detail do we actually need? Is it necessary to do a film, a niche, film that has very little potential audience and has very little potential to hit a big network or anything, So is it really necessary to do it in this amount of details? And while we were working on the last one, on Operation Christmas Child, the main people working it was Alex Dunhauser, aka Dan, and he's like a detail freak, just like me. And I kept telling him, when he wanted to start some fancy little, I told him, nobody's going to see that. Come on, forget it. We have to go on. We have to, we have to deliver. Forget about this. And he was like, yeah, it would be cool. Yeah, it would be kick-ass, but come on, we don't have time. And, and then a while later, I was pulling off something, and he's like telling me, like, hey, cut it down. Nobody's. And then, and then after a couple of times, I've been telling him, well, yeah, these little things you had mentioned that would kick ass, I was bringing it back up. First, I talked him down, and then I was like, bring it back up. Well, then he was like, no, come on, forget it. So it was ping pong back and forth. And then in the final movie, I mean, the thing he brought up was like little ice, how you call it, icicles, ice sticks. And in the final film, they were in, probably we could have just, best thing would have been to just do them instead of talking back and forth how much time it would need, and then in the end, they're in anyways. So yeah, we get trapped in detail. And because if you're a model maker, and not a commercial working producer, who says, well, yeah, forget it, we don't need that, and focus, so you always get, sidetracked with, or you get lost in detail. And yeah, but then sometimes people say, well, it's all this little stuff you don't notice. You're not aware that it's there, but you notice it's a full world, so it makes the whole thing whole or
That's how you
ties.
breathe. That's how you breathe the life into it, right? Because otherwise, it's just if you're just focused on one aspect of it, and the rest of the frame isn't breathing and alive like the part that you're animating, then yeah. So and that's clearly the level that you're at. You're taking it to that level. So in regards to Crappy Christmas, this one that you're about to make, could you talk to me about like, sorry, in regards to the storyline, your angle is Yuletide suicide. So what exactly are you speaking to? Are you speaking to a bigger message? Is there something more here? Or is this just a continuation of this high level animation process that you're doing?
What? So
Here's literally this speaking.
no,
yeah.
I'm just so
So I'm just
yeah.
trying to know more about Yuletide suicide as far as the storyline is concerned. You know, because clearly this Operation Christmas Child is really hardcore, right? I'll just say it, just be blunt. It's hardcore. So where are we as far as this continuation of Crappy Christmas with Operation Christmas Child?
Okay, now I got it. Yeah, it's different. Of course, it's not about sexual abuse, but it's still offensive. Yeah, when after the team premiere of Deathember, the first time the film was shown to a bigger audience, one lady who worked on the miniature wardrobe for the puppets, like the monk and the bishop. She also worked on the CG of Deathember, and she didn't want to be named in the film, I think, or maybe she did. But there were several people. Some people didn't want to be named at all. Others only worked under a pseudonym. And she asked me. She said, "Well, I actually think the film is quite good, but what went wrong in your life?" And
So it's psychological critique of the person who made this, because like,
I don't know
that, right? Because the level that it's at, what's happening in the film, like, you know, is pretty jarring. And as a matter of fact, you know, as you're thinking about the filmmaker, you're thinking maybe you didn't have to have certain levels of that in there, but it is animated, and you know, so you know, there's clear truths being spoken. But
yeah, but you know, talking about you know, offensive films or whatever, or somebody I think called it offensive as fuck or whatever in a review, the Operation Christmas Child. And so yeah, so what's important to know, I've been socialized with Mad Magazine, Monty Python's Life of Brian, Evil Dead 2, and Braindead, Peter Jackson's Braindead, Sam Raimi's Evil Dead, Dead by Dawn, in that order.
That's a pretty good blender to be compared to.
Yeah, and if you throw all that in a big blender and add a pound of clay and put it on full.
And a gremlin or two.
Yeah, and that's where that's how you get to Crap at Christmas, Operation Christmas Child, and all the others like too. It's yeah, it's always questioning things, which you find a lot in Mad, you know, just showing the insanity of life, society, and and then also a bit of gore fun and and questioning religion. And so,
did you say gore like the band, or gore?
No, gore.
Okay.
See, actually, now that you bring up gore, there was this guy who I think he had this big penis or whatever, this gore person, and I think he was spraying the audience or whatever.
Yeah.
And so many people say Crappy Christmas went there, and it's crossed the line, and it's super offensive and blah. But there wasn't any blood, for example. Because when you I'm following this whole church clerical child abuse topic for years, and that's why I made this film. It's a protest film. It's also a satire. It's many things at the same time, and many people have problems with that. But for example, there's one German victim in a documentary telling how he was passed around from his priest over the weekends to other priests, and when he came back, he needed to get stitched. He needed to get stitched, and this is the reality. So when you hear stories of victims and survivors like this, then the Crappy Christmas thing isn't that hardcore at all, But it's also the Kopfkino, the head cinema, just like many people still claim in the Us video, there were mimic, but they had like plastic heads. They couldn't move anything except the eyelids. But people totally swear and tell me, well, I know there was, how did you do the mimics? I'm like, there is no mimic. But they insist, well, I'm pretty sure, no, there's not. So that's probably, what you don't see and your mind adds. And that's like because many people said, well, the real terror is not showing things. And you went full frontal. And I think I actually, kept it, didn't go all the way, so.
Well, in regards to that, by the way, so if we're talking about Crappy Christmas, Operation Christmas Child, the scenes where you were going pretty intense in terms of things, or the level or the line being crossed, you cut to like the cross where the Jesus kind of got shaken off of the cross, and I think that there's clearly bigger messages there. So I feel that you were being a true artist, and that you were talking more to exactly what you're saying now, and not trying to just be crude and crass. Trying to make something that was just to offend. There's deeper messaging there. And so speaking along those lines, I'm just trying to get at, so in regards to where we're at with the next one, what are the lines? Let's talk about the lines. Do you want to talk about the lines? Is that are we going to scare people away who are backing your project? Or we're going to maybe get somebody to be like, I will be your angel investor, and here's $3,000 for fun.
Everything is possible.
Why not? Gotta believe.
It's especially with films like the last and the upcoming Crappy Christmas films. They're having so many angles, and that's why it's kind of hard to find an audience, because somebody might like this part but doesn't like the other part.
Which, by the way, that to me, what I love about your movies is what I would find in Spike and Mike's Twisted Animation Tour, which I love. I love that. I missed that. Back in the 90s, there was a tour, and you're well aware of it. It's Spike and Mike's Twisted Animation Tour. And you can go see films, some of which I don't know if back in the day they were banned or not, but essentially I would see your movies there. So, I mean, that's what I feel like. I feel like that you're producing movies that are perfect for something like Spike and Mike's Twisted Animation Tour. So is that what you're thinking too, or?
Oh yeah. When I've been to LA in '98, I actually picked up a flyer of the Sick and Twisted tour in LA, but we didn't go there because it was it didn't happen the time we've been to LA. But I just picked up the flyer and opened it up, and it was totally my world. It had one short, I think it even was from Germany, it was named "How to Use a Tampon," and stuff like that. So it was like, and I was like, man, I want to see that. And when I finally had internet, then I looked it up, and eventually the whole Spike and Mike thing turned from showing offensive, crazy stuff to more mainstream
There
things.
was a
So
shift. There was a shift, and it was also during the time when you could watch MTV, and they had Liquid MTV, which those were fun times. I mean, essentially, animation meant for people tripping balls on acid or mushrooms or something, essentially, and about the same time as Spike and Mike's as well. But there was a time where I almost feel like a golden age of animation, where you're free to express ideas. And I feel like you are that guy who's kind of trying, or at least making content that kind of brings us back to that.
yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore.
Right?
Uncle Frank just mentions he thinks that Happy Tree Friends appeared first on Spike and Mike.
Oh, wow.
I've never seen Spike and Mike. I only still to up to this day I own the flyer, and
I either
yeah.
saw something in Portland or Seattle, because during that time is when I was in that area. But one of those cities I had seen it in. But like for me, I'm I'm older, so I kind of forget some things.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyways, one of the question was where do I see the film?
Yes.
And this is pretty tricky. One thought was to shoot more crappy Christmas films. I already thought up a possible follow-up project called Shitty Easters. So this not winter, but it's
Please do that. Please do that.
it's in
Anything to
the
eviscerate Easter, because like one of my least favorite holidays is Easter, with all these pastel colors that are just, it's like vomit, in a handbag. Not my thing, but I would love for you to eviscerate that holiday. The only good Easter film I've seen is from Will Vinton Animation, which back in the day, I had a funny thing you said, VHS-C camera that had built-in stop motion ability built in, right? Like for them, it was like a third of a second, which was shit.
yeah.
But I animated something and I brought it to Will Vinton Studio in Portland. I was like, hey, man, give me a job. Check this out. And of course, they looked at it and I was like, I'm even willing to sweep your floors. Good thing I didn't get the job, because I would have been sweeping floors for sure. But anyway, I don't even remember where I was going with that, other than to say that, like, yeah, where we were at then compared to now, big difference.
Yeah, the topic was just what to do with the film afterwards.
Yes.
And one idea was if I have like 2 or 3 films done, so it fits like a program of 30, 40, 50 minutes, there would be a chance to release it, like independent, release it, either like offer it to some company, like find a partner for releasing this, or do it by myself. And then, but by the time we're shooting 5 seconds a day on one set, if we're shooting 2 sets, so in average, it's like 5 seconds. Since we do not have a big team, we repair puppets and sets and do the choreography and do the camera.
So that being said, how much animation are you able to get done in a day? Well, I mean, what are you expecting for, excuse me, Crappy Christmas, Yuletide Suicide? What are you expecting to be able to get done in a day?
I started with a naive approach and hoped we're gonna do 10 seconds a day, because there's a lot of it's about depression. It's not a fast-paced film like the last one, which was also due a result of the time limit we had been given. So the last one was not allowed to be longer than 5 minutes, and I finished in 5:30. So we we exceeded the time limit by 30 seconds. And yeah, so I was hoping, since it's a rather a slow film, that I might all the scenes on the table, those probably being those can be shot really fast. But then there's also a lot of special effects, because when you're sitting on the writing board or doing storyboards, you can just draw anything and it's really easy, and you're just sketching things, and then, oh, that's cool, oh yeah, let's make it apocalypse, and then the whole city collapses, and then when you're on the set, oh, then you have to find a way to shoot all this stuff or make it happen. And this is the thing. And there is a bunch of stuff in the film that I still have to work out, certain effects with the post-production people. Ideally, we're gonna meet and do some tests and then see how it works together and stuff like that. So we're preparing like a pipeline before we just crazily just shoot anything, and then the post people like, what the hell? We have no plates, and this is missing, and yeah. So I hope 10 seconds a day, but probably bottom line, on average, the ones that come out really fast and easy, that are really simple shots, they will be 10 seconds a day, and the ones that are very intense and challenging, they're going to be 5 or less. And
well, that makes sense, because essentially, with stop motion, you're literally resetting each frame, and whether you're shooting on 1s or 2s or 3s, that's a lot. It can be a lot depending on what's happening in that frame. Which I don't know if your audience has seen your stop motion music video you did most recently, but for Jughead's Revenge, they should, because I feel like that also speaks to your talent as well, because that one, I feel like you captured what it's like to be a skateboarder and shoot with a camera, and your stop motion is so smooth. It feels like literally somebody was there with your skeleton stop motion puppet just shooting live. What did you shoot on for that? Did you shoot on 1s, 2s, or 3s? What was that?
I usually always shoot on 1s.
Wow.
So it's another
hardcore.
It's another perfection problem just with the details. I think, well, hey, this is a simple shot. You can do that on 2s, and then I do it on 2s, and I don't like it, and then I shoot it on 1s. On the last ones, all my shots were on 1s, and most of Alex's shots were on 2s.
Okay.
But it's also a mix. Like when I'm shooting slow shots, then I go on 2s, and if movement gets faster, then I go on 1s. And sometimes we have shots where one part on screen or on a puppet is moved in 2s, and another part of the puppet or another object on screen moves on 1s. So it's a wild mix.
Well, it's good, because that means that you know what it takes as a stop motion animator to be able to pull it off. Because that music the music video for Jughead's Revenge, I'll Be Seeing You, was just fantastic. Bravo, by the way. Bravo. You deserve the award you won from my film festival for sure. Which I don't know if the audience knows, I do a film festival that's been touring for 8 years now called the Cannabis Culture Film Festival. And we accepted Jurgen's short animation, I'll Be Seeing You, which is a music video for Jughead's Revenge. And we screened it at our festival in Philly, and it was fantastic. We also screened it again in Brooklyn. And for that audience, by the way, that essentially is a not quite legal weed place. So people were smoking up and watching your video and loving it. But yeah, I am amazed with that video, only because it felt like it definitely feels like a music video. But most importantly, when it comes to the animation, it felt like real like skateboarder video. And so, yeah, I feel like in regards to your next project for Crappy Christmas, Yuletide Suicide, with what you have going on with what I've seen in a storyboard, you got a lot. And I feel like you're going to be able to take it up another level with this project. Is that what you're seeing this as too?
Yeah, of course. The next one will we're aiming to make it even better. The sets, the dungeon, you couldn't do that much in the dungeon. It was all done really quick and fast. And the living room, everything that's up so far, everybody can, make up their minds, and we have much more detail, and the living room furniture and everything looks
And the
like,
dining room too, right?
yeah, the dining room and all this furnitures you see, it's all handmade. It's all done by Alex Dan Dunhauser. He's like the model making wizard.
Very
When it-
talented.
yeah,
Very.
he does all the
You better be
woodwork.
careful because Aardman Animation might be ringing the bell, be like, "Hey, do you want to do something less dark?" Probably not, but you never know.
So yeah, and in regards to your questions about the content of the film, I already said it on the talk with Plate Soccer from Vienna. I usually prefer when a film is really surprising me, or really hits me in the gut or in the face or whatever, and you can really experience a film. And this, of course, collides with advertising, you know?
Yeah.
So, especially, in crowdfunding, you have to tell the crowd, see, this is what you can expect. That's why I was really happy that Bush Media allowed us to show the Operation Christmas Child. So I could tell a crowd, see, this is something you could expect from our next film without spoiling anything from the upcoming plot. We all know at least one comedy where you went to theater, saw the trailer for that upcoming comedy, and really laughed our butts off, and everybody was like, dude, I'm going to see this one. This is a fact. And then you went see this film, and all the 5 good jokes were in that trailer, and the rest was like, you know
Yep.
and of course that's how they sold you this ticket, but you left the theater and felt like ripped off, or cheated or whatever, so this is the problem. And like the last one was also, many people reviewing December were like, oh, and then this claymation came up, and I was like, what the fuck? And then it turned out to be like the hardest film of them all, So I like this effect, So people don't know what's coming up, and so I don't really like to spoil too much. But of course, what's already out there, it's about depression. It's about suicide. Right now, it's kind of weird, I mean, we've all remember a Looney Tunes film and Tom and Jerry where a cat was suicidal or whatever, There are films like that, definitely, where some guy wants to jump off the bridge, and the other was like, and you had like the 2 angels, the angel and the devil on the shoulder and stuff like that. So back in the day, that was even in cartoons, which widely being seen as children's animation or children content. So even there, you had this topic, and right now everything's being taboo again.
Yeah.
And this was also a problem with the public funding that got denied. They didn't like the suicide thing, and especially suicide mixed with satire. And I just have to type a little shout out to
Shout out to everybody who's listening right now, by the way. If you haven't already, please donate to Jurgen's fundraiser on Kickstarter. He's trying to reach 5,000 euros. Not a lot of money. We're almost there with 88 backers at 4,557 euros. Hopefully we got more. I don't know what you have it at now. I myself will be donating as usual, even though I help you any way I possibly can. It seems I'm hoping that I get to do some voice work in your next project. I would love to do what we already spoke about, which is doing the commercial on TV. I'm hoping that I still get that. But like I said, if you haven't already, the whole reason why you're watching this is Jurgen is trying to fundraise for his next project, Crappy Christmas, Yuletide Suicide. He's hardcore. It's a project that more than likely will get banned in the country you're in. So seeing it is going to be finding something. Probably not with this one. But in regards to it, please, if you could, donate to Jurgen's campaign. He's a very, very, very talented animator. Crappy Christmas Yuletide Suicide is worth it. He just needs to reach 5,000. We are, almost there. And if you could, please donate, because Kickstarter will only allow him to get those funds if he meets that goal. If not, then it's like it gets flushed, and all this effort, all this time he put in talking to you guys on YouTube is going to kind of be for naught. And I don't want that to happen. So please, and I'll play my music. And I'll remember you.
Yeah.
It's a part of the campaign saying, please donate to Jurgen's project. It's worth it. He's awesome. Sorry. Just my spiel.
Thanks for this shout out. Yeah, everybody, Tim is actually a very all-round filmmaking talent. You do sock puppets, Muppets, stop motion, and you won that sweet little Emmy.
Yeah, just this year I won the Emmy for a live TV show that I've been doing for 6 years. It's a 1.5 hour TV program that essentially is like Shark Tank, but here locally it's called Startup Lehigh Valley, and it's where businesses come to pitch their business in hopes of winning $33,000 in prizes. Yeah, just one of the many things. I met Jurgen doing stop motion back in the late 90s, looking for information, and he was a powerhouse, and I'm thankful that I linked up with him because he is everything that he says he is. So, yeah.
Yeah, and Tim is also a talented voice actor, and you already helped me on Operation Christmas Child when I needed first voices to test things. You were my first person to turn to, but then we had the problems with recording, and so we weren't in a studio together. So it was already you recorded something, send it over, and then this took really long. It was complicated. And then Stefan Busch from 10/7 in Frankfurt offered me to record at his studio. He also did like the 5.1 Dolby surround mix and everything.
Oh, cool.
So he has like this really great studio, and we found some local voice actors or actors that also do voiceovers and dubbing. And so we recorded right at his place and took only 2 sittings. And I voiced the monk, just like the early Peter Jackson movies where everybody has to do several things. There's no one specialist in the film. You always like carry the cable. No, everybody, does many things. So, for the upcoming film, we're having the main voices. I'm trying to find, or I've been trying to find native speakers in Germany, American native speakers. since my film takes place in the US. Um, you know, Wolfgang Petersen and what's the other guy? The Emmerich, blah blah, Dingsbums Emmerich, the guy who did Joey and who did Wolfgang Emmerich? No, Wolfgang Petersen. Peter. Come on. Please write it in the comments. What's his name of the German director Emmerich? Okay, I could look it up, but I'm lazy. So Mr. Emmerich, Roland, Ingo, thanks. Yeah, Roland Emmerich, you know him. He's the guy who did Independence Day.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's from Germany. He started doing little fantasy films, but they all he always, hey Karen, yeah, Roland Emmerich. He also hired American actors and made everything look like, or even shot in the US or whatever. Yeah, same thing with Never Ending Story. That's a German film, but all the actors are American. I think the father is the guy from Simon and Simon, the TV show. The two detectives, the brothers. In Germany, it was called Simon and Simon. Probably it's some different name in the US.
Probably. So, hey, question about that. Being that you're talking about that, are you aware that Disney is remaking those films?
Which ones?
The Never-Ending Story.
I'm not surprised to hear that.
Right. Everything is constantly being remade as opposed to new stories. And that is, again, another difference that you offer is that you're coming up with new stories that are fresh, original, something nobody else is doing. We need more stories like you, people who are doing original content, not rehash. Everybody is tired of rehash, right?
Yeah, right. So, it was about voice actors, right? So yeah, it's kind of hard to find Native American speakers in Germany. They are around everywhere, but maybe they're in Berlin probably or somewhere else. So you have to fly them in. Everything becomes complicated. So like in the last film, so far there was no dialogue in any. Oh no, that's wrong. In the second crappy Christmas film, they talk in German, and that was my voice and Kerstin, my wife's voice. And in Operation Christmas Child, they went silent again, and now in Yuletide Suicide, they talk quite a lot. Kid is still silent, and but he watches lots of TV. And on TV, they talk a lot, and then we're having off audio from like TV sounds coming from off screen, and so far the plan is that Tim will be head of recording these TV audio dialogues. We already written most of the dialogues together. And so Tim is also...
That includes like My First Shotgun, right? My First Shotgun!
Yeah, right.
Right. Everybody wants their first shotgun.
Oh yeah, right. On the Kickstarter side, there's also the animatic for the My First Shotgun commercial. This is also Tim voice acting. And that was also done, how do you say, quick and dirty or whatever. Like we didn't spend too much time I'm trying to say is this is not final. This can be enhanced a bit, but this is of course just for an animatic. And so Tim is in charge of recording all this audio coming from the TV, and then we're having the actress that voiced Kit in the last film. She's on board again. She already, let me know she's in on the next one as well. And then, that's actually about all the voices that are coming from the TV mostly. Okay. let's do a little shout out. Let's change the banner. Yeah, actually, we're having 88 backers, and this is kind of tough to watch because 88 is, Nazi code for Heil Hitler.
Whoa,
Because,
it is?
yeah.
It's for like a time machine hitting the right miles per hour and being able to go back in time.
No. See, it's. I even picked up a flyer in the US with hidden Nazi codes. It says how to identify a Nazi bonehead, and it was like this Xerox handmade flyer thing, like black and white. And and in Germany it's the same. Like many of the right wing assholes, they having 88 on their license plates as a number and stuff like that. And
Oh wow.
And 18 is it's so complex code. A is 1 and B is 2 and C is 3. It's this high end encryption, and they're using these codes. So if anybody's out there, throw in $10 so we get rid of the
Please.
88.
For the love of everything that is not Nazi. Please.
Yeah, right.
Back like $10, $5. You got $1. Come on. I mean, we got to get past 88. We actually got to hit 5,000. There's no reason why you should be able to hit 5,000. Again, I'm going to throw in my own money in hopes of reaching that, because it's well deserved. And come on, folks, please, if you could donate to Jurgen's Kickstarter campaign for Crappy Christmas Yuletide Suicide. So, let's get us past 88 backers right now. Can you do it? Anybody, please? Is there an update? Do you have one backer? No?
I think most people watching are already on Kickstarter. They already backed the project.
Okay. All right. Probably watching. They're like, "Come on, a-holes, talk about something else."
Yeah. Let me just do a shout out for. Hold on. I'm gonna add an overlay. Pretty new to this whole streaming thing. But it's coming up. See, this is from our pre-team premiere release.
I know the guy on the far right.
Oh yeah, the big one. This is many guys from the team premiere. This was a party in our studio because some of my team, they couldn't join the December team premiere the next day, so we hosted a party at the studio, set up a Christmas tree. This is probably how the premiere party, the after show party, is going to look on the upcoming film, because we have the ticket to the premiere and the after show party perk. We also gonna do a giveaway for everybody who spent at least 20 euros is in the pot for the drawing. Everybody spending 50 and up has like his or her name in the pot twice, so double the chance. And we're gonna give away premiere party and premiere tickets, a Krampus sack full of goodies under the tree, and a premiere naughty list credit. And we're gonna give that away under all our supporters. Like I said, spending 20 euros or more. And you see me on the right, and the next guy in the back with a black shirt, that's Steve the Roover. He's the director of Family Matters and a director colleague from December. And unfortunately, a year later, after December was released, he was diagnosed with cancer. So he's fighting cancer for 3 years now, and chemo didn't work, radiotherapy didn't work, and now his last chance is immunotherapy and laser treatment. I didn't know he's doing so bad. I hit him up. I contacted him in combination of my Kickstarter, and yeah, and he wrote me back, sorry, bro, I can't help you out because I'm collecting money for myself currently. And I told him, dude, why didn't tell me so I can do a shout out? I already donated 100 euro. So Steve's sister, Kim de Roover, set up an account or using her own account. So that's why you need to add the communication Steve Infusion, so Kim knows what the payment is for. If anybody out there has a little bit left, wants to do something good, Steve is a cool guy. He's a horror head like us. He made this Family Matters film. If you've seen Deathember, it's the cool one with Parasite being transferred from the father to the son-in-law. Yeah, would be really cool to have Steve around for many years if possible. So he needs help, and that's more important than collecting money for films is to stick together and take care of ourselves and our friends.
Agreed.
Yeah. So
Agreed.
I also did a shout out on Facebook. They can also find the bank account information on my personal Facebook page, Jürgen Kling. If you didn't contact me, or if you're not friends already on Facebook, just hit me up so we can network. And yeah, this is for Steve, and also I wondered if you have written a review or rated Crappy Christmas on Letterboxd already. If you didn't do, please do. The film was up on YouTube for 2 weeks now. We had to take it down. Thanks again for Bush Media for letting us host this film. License and film rights are pretty complicated. One of the requirements to be part of Deathember was that in order to make the film sellable from the producers to a world sale, and from the world sale to distributors and licensees and whatever, they have to have all the rights. So whenever you participate in a project like this, you give away all the rights for your film, so the other partners can sell it, make money off it while you're getting shit. So this is the sad truth. And now if I want to advertise for crowdfunding for the next film, I have to ask the person who owned the rights for my own film if they allow me to show it to my crowd or my fan base, followers, audience. So Bush Media was pretty cool, and so thanks again. And if you want to watch it now, it's available on Deathember in Europe on streaming. We also have the Deathember media book on the crowdfunding platform on the Kickstarter campaign. It's pretty cool. Not available in any stores. If you're a movie collector, this is the version you want to get. Super rare. And yeah, we're gonna send it out signed, and it comes with a certificate of authenticity. And yeah, this is the end of the advertising. I can show you. It's this great product, very nice, high quality, and we're gonna hand number it down here, and on the certificate, matching numbers, and I can sign it up front or on the first page or on the page showing the crappy Christmas image and information. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, also we can check if anybody writes a new review on Letterboxd, and then we can read it out loud if you guys want to.
Please. Act now. Operators are standing by.
Yeah, the most recent one is another comment putting Operation Christmas Child into the rape and revenge genre, which I think it does not belong. But of course, it has some kind of payback. But it's, anyways. So everybody watching, what are you interested in? And thanks again for helping me, Karen and Ingo, with the Roland Emmerich. When everybody who watched my going live videos and my other presentations, I'm not sure the presentations I can cut all the and all the brainstorming out, but when I'm live, I'm like, yeah. So Tim,
yes,
you wanted to know about the content of the new film. Yeah, it's about the main plot is about depression and suicide. Probably most people watching now are familiar with the Struwwelpeter. In Hessen we say Struwwelpeter, but it's actually Struwwelpeter with two W's. If you're from UK or the US, you might know it. The book by Shock-Headed Peter. It says there are already some adaptations. This one band made an opera from it. Well, let me see. Let me just get out of frame and pick it up really quick. And I can show it to you. I forgot to bring it here.
And while he's away, please, if you can, if you haven't already, give to Jurgen's Kickstarter. All right. I just did myself. I decided to get another copy of the December disc. It's a great Blu-ray DVD set that includes his film, of which, if you're in America, you know that it's banned, or maybe you don't know. So it's hard to get. But if you can, please help him get the funds he needs. If you're only looking for $5,000, not a lot of money. $5, $10, anything helps. You could buy a December, Blu-ray DVD set, which I think I spent just a little over $40 for. It's great. It's like a 3 or 4 disc set. It includes a bunch of movies, including Crappy Christmas, Operation Christmas Child. As a stop motion animator, if anybody else out there is also a stop motion animator, it's very difficult. It takes a lot to be able to pull off decent work. $5,000 is not a lot of money. So if you please, don't make me start singing I Will Remember You, because I won't do it. I won't do it. Thank you. Just in time.
Hey, I'm back. Here's the Struwwelpeter. So, Tim, does that ring a bell?
Yes, slightly.
There was a while ago, or maybe it was on the last election. There was a guy who made a meme saying "Strubbel Trump," and it showed a Trump face, and he had really tiny hands. You know, see the hands here. He has like this long nails because he doesn't let his nails being clipped. And on the Strubbel Trump, it said like, "Look his little hands" or something. But anyways, this book is from an author, Dr. Heinrich Hoffmann. He was a doctor in Frankfurt, like in our area. I guess almost everybody watching right now is from the Frankfurt area. And yeah, he was a doctor, and every kid my age grew up with this book. And it had really cool illustrations, which were considered very progressive and ahead of their times. And yeah, all these little stories are really gruesome. They're really, for example, here's one story, the really sad story with the lighter, and it shows. It tells the story of Paulinchen. She was alone at home, and the parents told her, "Don't play with fire." And then she saw the box of matches, and then she started playing. And in the end, she set herself on fire, and all what was left of her is a pile of ash. And means and mounds, her cats are crying, and all that's left are her shoes.
Wow.
So this is.
You know, in regards,
What?
by the way, I'll share a story. My grandparents lived in Vegas. I decided to go into the bathroom for some reason, strike a match, just because I think I was 8, 9 years old, somewhere in there. Struck a match, immediately put it under the faucet, threw it in the garbage. Oh my God, I could smell this sulfur smell. So I started spraying the bathroom, doing all that I could. And next thing you know, I leave the bathroom. My grandma apparently was paying attention. She went inside and she was like, "Oh my God, he's playing with matches." So I had to go to the fire station and hang out with the fire marshal and have him show me books and pictures of burn up kids who died in their beds. So, you know, kind of related to that.
Yeah.
Quite. I think your book is not quite as gruesome because the stuff that he was showing me was pretty effing gruesome. So yeah, that's not so bad.
Yeah, and it also has like stories against violence against animals, and one of the most dramatic. And Tim, you as a Lebowski dude fan,
yeah.
Here,
what is that?
See this? See the giant scissors?
Yeah,
that's where they have it from.
Oh wow. What is he doing? Is he cutting off the hand of the kid?
The thumb, because he was thumb sucking.
Oh my God. My parents just put hot sauce on it. I didn't think they would want to like cut it off with like scissors.
No, this is the German way. You know, when Walter said, "Dude, they were threatening with castration or something," you know? Yeah. This is the thing, like snap.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Wow.
Later in the 90s and so on, people, said, the Struwwelpeter, this is really, out of line. You're not raising kids that way. But this book is from 1800 something. And later it was considered way too gruesome for kids to be confronted with. And people questioned it. How you can show something like this to kids, and threat them that when you suck your thumb, then comes the guy with the giant scissors and cuts off your or mutilates you.
Yeah.
And But this is back in the 1800s.
Yeah, the time of Brothers Grimm. I mean, Brothers Grimm originally was pretty dark-esque, you know? It was like hardcore compared to
Yeah,
what they
but
watered
but
it down to.
but the Brother Grimm, they just collected existing folk tales. You know, they were the
Essentially,
first
ones
one.
like this from this book is what you're saying?
Hmm?
Essentially, tales that are from books like this is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying all the stories the Brother Grimm wrote down is not by the Brother Grimms. They just collected them. Before book printing was available, you know, especially in winter, people sat around the only one warm room in the house and they couldn't watch TV, so somebody was telling stories. And so these are really old folk tales. And depending on what area you go, for example, in Czech Republic, some of those stories are told slightly different. So they have some, you know. But this book is original content written by that Dr. Hoffman. And yeah, some of them are to educate, like don't, you know, torture animals and treat people how you want to be treated, and you know, like common social
Common
rules.
decency.
Yeah, and but the thing with the thumbsucker is, of course, like super cruel. You see the blood dripping, and then the guy stand there with the hands, no thumbs, and stripping, it's like total horror. But the reason for this is back in the 1800s, there were no closed sewers. So the whole sewage was running on the streets on the side. So people would play there, kids, they would play there in the streets. And when they start tucking the thumb, they get like this full load of bacteria and shit. So the children dying rate was super high. So that's the idea behind this, you know,
Yeah,
scare
don't
them.
clean up. Don't spend time cleaning up the sewer and fixing all that. Just make sure kids aren't sucking their thumb. Otherwise, they're going to get their thumb chopped off by due to giant scissors.
Well, I don't think it was possible to fix the sewers because it wasn't invented by
Yeah,
them.
I
That
know.
was
I know.
just the normal standard. So yeah, anyway, so this whole book is all about reminding people not to do certain things, you know, and Operation Christmas Child has an influence of that. So it's kind of shows suicide attempts gone wrong because, you know, he has like several suicide attempts. So this is the parallel to the Struwwelpeter, and I already contacted the Struwwelpeter Museum in Frankfurt, and they really liked my idea, but they said, well, we can't give you any money because we ourselves are asking the city and the state for funding for our museum. So we don't have any budget to where we can fund your film or my film. And but they asked for a digital copy so they could show it in the Struwwelpeter Museum, and they're not really they're not aware like what they're, you know, what they're getting into or what I'm doing with the film, because it's of course not only that, but this is like a big influence. Part of my childhood, the Struwwelpeter, these stories. And again, like I said, I was socialized with Mad. I also was socialized with the Struwwelpeter, you know, where if you dare to put your thumb in your mouth, this tailor with the giant scissors come jumping out of the door, like out of nowhere, snap, snap, and then you're like, oh, with the bleeding thumb. Oh. And yeah, so
For me, it would be my parents jumping out and putting hot sauce on my thumb. Because yes, I guess I was a thumb sucker when I was younger, and after the whole hot sauce thing, it got me to stop instead of getting it cut off. And I saw you changing your the update here. Where are we at as far as fundraising, man?
Oh, I have to change it again. We reached 90 backers and are at 4,653.
So close, folks. Come on. We only got a little bit to go. All we need is some people to donate. Is there anybody out there with some deep pockets? Anybody, please? Somebody who could just help make the $5,000, just get him across the line so that way this can happen. That way all of this is for something rather than for not. Please.
Well, on the last Kickstarter, on the last Start Next campaign, during the last 30 minutes, it went through the roof. All of a sudden, like
that happened this time, please. Not much. It's literally just a fraction of where you had started compared to where you're at today. You're like literally just about at the finish line. What sucks about Kickstarter is like you spend all this time and effort to get where you're at, and if you don't reach it, they're like, sorry, and then they flush it, and you got to start over. If you're even feeling energetic enough to start over, there are other platforms that allow you to take whatever funds you make. I personally feel like I wish
Indiegogo.
I wish kind of Kickstarter would do that, except maybe they have rules where like you don't make 10% of what you set out to do, then it gets flushed. But like when you're so close to the finish line, where you're at now, if you don't make it, the fact that it all gets flushed is like really, personally, just for me, upsetting.
Well, on Start Next, on Indiegogo, you can go either all or nothing or everything that gets in. And on Start Next, they offer both systems as well. But since I applied for this co-funding this co-funding institution that actually spent 50 cents for every euro that got in, like factor 1.5 they added on top. That's why I could only do the all or nothing version. And in the last time, I just put the primary goal kind of low. So this was reached within the first 2 days at the first, hype. And and then I added several stretch goals. And this time I went the other way. I said, well, we need 5,000 euros, so let's put this at the first primary goal. But this whole all or nothing system also creates a nice thrill and momentum. And
it would be a nice thrill? Why don't we just do all your fundraising through OnlyFans? That's right. If you act now, you can see Jürgen naked. He's going to read bedtime stories. He's going to read bedtime stories in the nude. That's right. You're going to see Jürgen just kicking back, telling you bedtime stories.
On one-on-ones Zoom talks. Actually, when Operation Christmas Child screened in Turin, Italy, we met a lady from England, but she was a native German, living in England now. And she had a fund thing running, and whenever somebody paid, she was dancing on Instagram. She was doing dance moves for her backers or something like this.
So why don't you do that? Or it could be like strip poker. Like, if you hit 4,800, I'm taking off my socks. 4,900, there goes the underwears. That's probably too much. Probably way too much. Like, please keep it in your pants. We want to see your animation. We don't want to see you. Or maybe they do. Maybe I'm all wrong. Maybe people will like, hey, you know what? I'll give you $5,000 right now if you show me your, you know what I mean? You show me that D.
Yeah, or they pay me to keep my shirt on.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. If you don't put money in my bank account right now, you're gonna see my titties. No, nobody interested. All you two viewers, come on, reach deep in your pocket. You feel that
Yeah,
chain that's loose around in there?
Karen just wrote she supported the campaign. Thanks, Karen. And
Thanks,
and
Karen.
and
You're the
and
best.
if I'm not mistaken, you designed this cover, didn't you?
Whoa.
I think, as far as I know, that's Karen's
Cool.
work.
Great work, Karen. You know, in America, when they say Karen, it's not so good. But hey, you're a good Karen. You're not one of those Karens that's like, I want to speak to the manager.
Oh, but those are spelled with a K, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. So is this a different spelling?
Karen is with a C.
Okay, so there you go. Right there, you're literally forgiven. You're not even in that list. You're way better. Thank you.
But see, for example, I don't know. Anyways, we were talking about. Oh, Uncle Frank is posting a question. As you are someone who has tried multiple platforms, what would you add a function to make things better for you? Uncle Frank asks what I would like to ask Kickstarter to add or change since I worked with Start Next and with Kickstarter. I must say, after I tried Kickstarter, my opinion of Start Next rose again because again, there are different approaches, right? So Kickstarter has these packages, and you say, okay, package B is the lollipop for 10, and then for 20 you get the lollipop and the balloon, and for 30 you get the lollipop, the balloon, and everything you add and add, you know?
Wait,
So
it talks about kid stuff though. It's like it references it like lollipops and balloons.
no, I just referenced that.
Okay.
You know, in my case, it would be the soundtrack, and next thing would be. I can see this beer is working, huh?
It's working.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is you have different packages, and they get bigger and bigger, and they get more expensive level by level. But in average, if you buy a bigger pack, you get a better deal. You know, and so by going this route, Kickstarter is kind of trying to nudge you in buying a bigger, more expensive, more higher value pack or whatever, you know. And from I already mentioned that on YouTube or on other live videos with, you know, having two hearts in my chest. So from a producer's point, you know, getting people to spend more than they actually want to, you know, if you want to get money, that's great, you know. But on the other hand, it creates, you know, that's like the owning money to a bank trap many people fall into with credit cards, you know, stuff like this. So I think morally that's very, I don't know. And on Start Next, they just have every single item, and you can just pick whatever you want. You say, oh, I like the T-shirt, and I like the DVD or whatever. And so you create your own pack, and then you get the pack at the price that you want, and the pack includes everything you want and does not include anything you don't want. And on Kickstarter, you say, oh, I want to have this shirt, but this shirt only comes with this and that, which I actually don't want, you know? So you're forced to spend money on stuff you actually don't need. So this is the difference. But now Kickstarter reacted, and now they added, they introduced the add-ons, you know? And so now you can buy a pack, and if there's something else in another pack that you like, it might be available as an add-on. So you
Yeah, I
can
just
put
saw
it.
that because I literally just donated while we were talking here, and I made sure to get the December DVD or Blu-ray DVD disc set just because, like, I'm sure they're very limited, but the option it gave me was to do like a $5 thank you and maybe a T-shirt and all this stuff. So I did a few of those add-ons, and it's really not that hard to do. So when you go to throw some money towards Jurgen's campaign on Kickstarter, be sure to throw a little extra because there's some additional things you can do. But anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt. You were talking about the
Yeah.
differences between the platforms.
Yeah, right. So on Kickstarter, you can just donate an additional amount of your choice. I didn't know that, so I added this. Giving is more. I don't know, how do you call it? Giving is better than receiving or something. You know, this Bible verse. But if you go this route, you get 100 extra karma points. So. Yeah, so what's really a pain is when you already bought something and you want to change something. This system is really fucked up. So just today, my phone rang and it was a friend, and he said, "Hey, I want to have this and that. Can you tell me? Can you walk me through the process? I have no clue. This doesn't make sense." And I'm, well, yeah, I know, but I don't have, I can't fund my own project, so I couldn't walk him through. But it was all so this is not working good. And what's also difficult is right now they ask you, since the packages contain different single items and the add-ons are also different single items, they ask you to first create all the items and then create the packages, filling it with different items, and then creating add-ons from those items. And what's problematic is, let's say you have an item and the item is limited. So it would make totally sense to add the item, say we have 50 of this item, and then Kickstarter would internally count, okay, this item was booked twice as an add-on, so we subtract the availability on that item. But Kickstarter isn't doing that. The items can't be limited or anything, but the add-ons and the packages can be limited. And this means if many people buy the same item as an add-on, it doesn't go towards one counter, but it has two counters. So you can, you can say, well, I have 50 and I say 25 in a package, 25 as an add-on, then maybe the package is sold out and the add-on is still there, which doesn't make sense, So this is a bit.
So there's definitely some limitations with Kickstarter, but it sounds like the difference between Kickstarter and Startup is what it's called.
Start Next.
Start Next, sorry. So the difference between the two sounds like Start Next is a little better in terms of like usability and being able to offer more. Is that correct?
The presentation on Kickstarter is better. So you have one timeline and you can do like anchors and little links. I have a little menu and you can say, hey, jump right to the stretch perks and do this or do that. And that's better on Kickstarter. And Start Next is not that well known. Start Next is more German speaking, Austria, Germany, Switzerland. And when you have international backers, they usually have to add an account because they don't have an existing account. And, sometimes things get stopped if it becomes a little inconvenient, so people complain, I have to make an account, but they had to do an account. They had to create an account on Kickstarter too, just, at some point. But Yeah, what was not that cool on Startnext was the possibility to pay. So I assumed on Kickstarter you would be able to pay through PayPal, but you can't. It's just credit card. This is, for example, not so good for German people because in Germany credit cards are not that in use, and especially online where you have to put in your number and everything. People are concerned about identity theft and card number theft, and so this is for a German fan base. Having only the options of using credit card is problematic.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
And
I mean, here in America, everything is credit card based. It's so easy. I could use my wife's credit card at the grocery store. She can use mine without them going, "Are you Timothy Manson? Let's see an ID." There's none of that. So here it's a little freer use, I guess, when it comes to credit cards. It's not so much there, eh?
yeah, Karen actually confirmed she designed this cover. That's so cool.
Great work, Karen.
We also had at the premiere, we had giant posters that were like really huge ones, bigger than the usually movie poster, like double the size. And they just been thrown away after the thing.
Wow.
But yeah.
My dad used to manage the movie theater on the military base back in the day when he was still in the Air Force, and I was a Air Force brat on the base there. He managed the movie theater, and we got to see Batman 2 there, and they had the cardboard cutout for the movie, the promo, and I got to keep it. So that was the best part of my dad working there, was being able to keep that stuff. Do you think anybody from the theater or wherever that was hosted got to keep it, or did they just toss it?
No, they tossed it. I saved one and rolled it up and gave it to Zach Schildwachter, a US director who came over for the premiere, and he took it home. I thought it would make like a kick-ass, how do you say that, souvenir.
Oh yeah.
Having
cool.
Like this giant poster. Yeah.
I would want to.
Oh, cool. Karen has one that was signed by everybody on the premiere, because that was the event where so many people were there. So there are only a few in existence where everybody signed. So it's full of signatures.
Cool. Sounds like Karen has the most collectible thing out there then.
Just the other day on Instagram, Sneaky Monday podcast posted an image of a regular movie poster that's also signed by me and some other guys. So it was kind of funny to see somebody posting the poster, and I zoomed in, was like, hey, it says weird holidays, and then it was like, hey, that was me.
Cool.
Yeah,
best
funny.
memories, man.
Yeah, speaking of memories, I know that in 2001, when we first met in Manhattan, you were staying at your friend Matt's place.
Yep.
And Morten and I were we had booked a hotel through the internet, and we looked up NewYork.com or something, and it had like several categories, and it also had like budget accommodation or something. So we went there, of course. Hey, we're gonna take the cheap stuff, of course. When you're young and you don't, hey, I don't need luxury, I just need some place to put my head. So and I think Martin booked the place, and it was the White House Hotel. And they had like a nice website, and it said like newly renovated and thing. And it was like right on Bowery, right across CBGB's. We were, yes. like CBGBs, we want to go anyway. So, hey, let's just go there. And what we didn't, I mean, in the 80s, everybody knows like Lower East Side was like really hardcore. And, but in the early 2000s, we were like, hey, newly renovated, hey, cool. So we landed at, I think, JFK up in Queens. And then we took like the sub and went to Manhattan and got out somewhere at the Lower East Side and walked down the Bowery. And I couldn't find the hotel. And we walked that road up and down like 4 or 5 times. I'd say, hey, what the fuck? Where's the hotel? And we couldn't find it. So there were 2 cops. There were 2, a black guy and a black lady. And they looked just right out of this, like the guy from Die Hard. Didn't he also have like this comedy show where he was also playing a cop, or maybe that was another guy?
I forgot the name of the show, but yeah.
Yes, Steve Urkel. The Steve Urkel guy.
Oh yeah, that's exactly.
With a strap, the skinny with the big glasses.
I forgot the name of the show, but yes, exactly, with Urkel.
So, anyways, they looked exactly like this, and it was it was somewhere around March. It was still pretty cold. They had like this winter caps, winter hats, like the fur one. So we asked them like, excuse me, we're looking for the White House Hotel. And the cops go like, oh, you don't want to stay on Bowery, forget it, go get yourself like a decent hotel. You don't want to stay on Bowery. We're like, why not? Yeah, it's because it's there's only junkies and drug addicts and homeless people staying there. They ask for money all day long, and then they're staying. And he was like, you're getting robbed and you're getting ripped off, and they're gonna beat you up. We're like, what the fuck? And then we didn't want to believe it, and then we actually found it. It was like a really little sign, so it was easily overlooked. It wasn't like a hotel building or anything. It was just a little sign. So, and so we found it, and then we went across the street, and I told Martin, "Hey, let's observe it for a little while." And Martin was like, "Come on, what the fuck? Let's just go. What can happen? Let's just check it out." And I was like, "Dude, when we walk in there with our big backpacks and totally looking like the 2 dudes from Germany that they're waiting for to check in, they're gonna take us that, hey, you booked that, now you have to pay or whatever, So we actually observed it, and there were really, really weird people going in and out with the hairnet. You probably know the what's it called, Dragnet, the Dan Aykroyd, Tom Hanks, where he's also walking with a So that's how this guy looked. So
where did you end up staying? Is this when you wound up at the? Where did you wind up after that? Did you not stay at that hotel?
Yeah, first we called you, and then we met in Brooklyn, and then I think Matt had some kind of a youth hostel book.
Hostel, there we go. Good.
And then we wanted to check in at the YMCA Greenpoint. YMCA. So funny, yeah. We actually stayed at the YMCA. And but they were booked, so we had to spend 2 nights at Jess on the Park. That's right at Central Park, south border. So anyways, and when we left the Central Park hostel, we got out of the sub in Brooklyn. That was a Polish neighborhood. And again, with the map, turning the map back and forth, like, okay, what exit did we get off, and where are we right now? So we couldn't find it. So there was like this little general store or whatever, and the guy came out, a white guy, and I told him like, hey, excuse me, we're looking for the Greenpoint YMCA. You boys, you don't want to stay there. I'm like, what the fuck? Not again. And then he was like, no. And it's like, why not? It's a little shady in there. And he goes, what do you mean shady? What does that mean? And yeah, there are a lot of black folks, and he was like totally racist, telling us like there's black people in there and they're gonna steal our stuff and shit. And then we were totally, confused though, what to do now. And right across the Greenpoint YMCA is a police station, like totally classical with like the white ball lamps on metal posts and stuff. And they were like, forget it. That's like, and it was full. There were only Polish people living there. Everybody was talking Polish, and it was really crazy. So, anyways, so Karen writes she has like the media book, the crappy Christmas coffee mug, 2 shirts, and the Weihnachtsüberraschungssack. Oh yeah, the Weihnachtsüberraschungssack. It had like a lot of crappy items, but it also had like cool stuff. But maybe not everybody can appreciate that because I put all my old Star Wars collector Kenner figures from the 80s, put it in those sacks. I mean, they weren't originally, OVP. What's it called? Original sealed or whatever, or just action figures. Hey, Rodrigo. Rodrigo asks, what's your favorite horror movie? Yeah, hi, Rodrigo. Thanks for tuning in. My personal favorite horror movies are Return of the Living Dead. Many might already know that because the Jughead's Revenge skating zombie video is like a homage partially to that. And by the way, Uncle Frank, Elon, illustrated a cover for a new released 4K version or something. Yeah, party time, yeah. Yeah, that's funny because Uncle Frank Elon lives in Frankfurt. Every now and then we meet up, have some food, and exchange some thoughts. And yeah, it's so fun that we come across certain similar projects. Like I do a fan bow to Return of the Living Dead, and Elon is creating a new cover for a new release, and also with the Terrifier, Crappy Christmas, Operation Christmas Child had several occasions where it met Terrifier. First in Turin, it screened against Terrifier,
Oh, wow.
which was really bad because all the horror heads went into Terrifier 2, and our film was packed with a lot of more mainstream animations, so it didn't fit the animation block at all. And then another Italian special screening, it opened, Operation Christmas Child opened for Terrifier 2, and now at the Horrornacht in Wolfsburg, it kind of opened for Terrifier 3. And Elon, Uncle Frank, also designed the shirt we're having on the Kickstarter campaign. So there again, he is part of Crappy Christmas. He's also part of Terrifier. So that's badass. And oh yeah, Rodrigo. So one of my favorites is Return of the Living Dead. Then all-time favorite is probably Evil Dead Part 2, Dead by Dawn, because of the pure craziness and over-the-top action. And also I love the hands-on, low-budget approach. I also have this book about Bruce. Come on, guys, help me out. What's his name? Bruce Dingsabums Campbell. Bruce Campbell. Yeah. And the book's called If Chins Could Kill, and they have a lot of pictures, and Bruce describes like how Sam Raimi tortured them all with his, he was mounted to some kind of wooden rig, and then the camera pulled him towards through the woods, and then Sam Raimi had like branches and punched him with the branches, indicating like he was going through like dense bushes and stuff. And they invented like lots of really basic just a wooden 2x4 or any thicker thing, and they created some angles, and they had this crazy camera moves in this whole film, especially the ones where he's being pulled through the car, where the camera is crushing through the windshield or rear shield, and then stuff like that. That was all super low tech, and that's how I approached stop motion when I began. And and then Braindead, in the US known as Dead Alive, one of the early Peter Jackson's film. This one is like just pure fun.
The lawnmower was the most intense.
Yeah, the lawnmower. And so what Jackson did there, or what in the 80s and 90s, like all or most horror movies did, was like you always had to top what's been in existence before. And this was on Operation Christmas Child also a bit my approach to, have like this serious topic, but also put it towards a horror theme. So I came up with this whole dildo thing, instead of a machete or whatever, machete, he's whirling the black dildo, and also like having Kid, in this pose with blood splatters is also like a spoof of this typical horror monsters or characters like Freddy and Jason and stuff like that. So he came up with a lawnmower that hasn't been done before, or at least not to my knowledge. Those are like some of my most favorite films because they all include humor. Okay, then what?
For me, by the way, it's The Thing. It's definitely my favorite, and The Shining. And I like The Shining because, the Kubrick version, only because there's more to it than just what we're seeing. And I like that about movies as well, is the subplot almost, that there's more going on than what we're seeing. And I feel like you're kind of in the same arena.
Yeah. Least favorite horror movie. It's hard to say. I don't think I have any movie that I really hate. So everything that's not good is just forgettable. So I don't have anything in mind that really bothered me. What I do remember is in somewhere mid-90s, I went to the Fantasy Film Fest, which is Germany's biggest genre film fest for thriller, horror, and fantasy movies. And what they often did was they accepted films where filmmakers told them, by the time your festival comes around, we're done with the film. But then they showed copies that weren't already 100% finished. So I went to see Bram Stoker's Shadow Walker or Shadow something. And because of the Bram Stoker's Dracula was such a success, we were like, let's check this out. And when the film started, there was a chart and it said, because we couldn't finish the score of the film, this film's being shown with the score of Bram Stoker's Dracula or some other film. And I was like, that's a great score. I don't mind. That's cool. And then there's a scene, Shadow Stalker, maybe Shadow Walker, Shadow. So there's some the evil manifests in some black clouds, like a bee swarm or anything. And So some people are on a graveyard, and there's an open grave or something, and then the evil bee swarm, whatever plague flying mass is coming and chasing them, and they're running away, and then the tension's getting really high, really suspenseful, and then bam, a chart saying "scene missing," you know, and nobody would have. Oh, Shadow Builder, Uncle Frank. Yeah, I have to look that up. That's probably it. So yeah, nobody would have noticed there's something missing. But then there's total stop, like no audio, scene missing. I'm like, you gotta be shitting me. And especially if you just paid like full ticket price, and it starts with like, oh, we don't have the music finished and stuff. Yeah. So Tim, do you have any horror movie you said this is really bad?
Horror movie that I thought was really bad. I've never really seen. I don't think it's a horror movie though. The bird pandemic or whatever it is, birdemic. I haven't really seen that. There's some people who really love low budget cinema, so I believe that has its place too. So for me, I don't know if I've seen something that was super bad horror wise. I do love a lot of the 80s classic horror films though, for sure. So for me, that was like a golden era of horror movies. Up until maybe the mid 90s, and then past that, when they started doing more CG, that's when I started getting lost, because like the only good CG is when it's in there just to help just enough with a scene to where you don't realize it's there, but it's there to help enhance what you're looking at. But you're just moving on, and you're not, fully okay. There's one. It's not a horror movie, but Scorpion, or it's one of the Mummy series.
Scorpion King or something.
Yeah, with The Rock. That's horrible.
Yeah, the CG guy.
Gosh. But like they literally let it go to the theater, and I'm like, would you guys watching the same thing? Maybe it's stuff like that bugs me, but I feel like when people try and give extra effort, and even if it's a low budget extra effort, that it's at least something. So yeah, Trauma Films, by the way, Trauma. When I first moved to New York City, oh my God, I went to Trauma Films with my resume. I walked up the staircase in Trauma Studios, and I literally gave my resume right to what's his name that runs Trauma, Larry. I forgot what his name is. I'm sorry. Anyway, I gave him my resume, and of course I didn't get any work out of it. But I was one of those young kids who was a diehard dreamer. So, but yeah, Trauma Films, they're still in existence. They make some fun, crappy horror movies, but they're fun. So not all of them are perfect, but. Yeah.
Yeah, we just got another payment. Thanks.
So just an hour and a half to go, and we still got to get to 5,000 though. So we were so close. Thank you for backing this project. Just a little more.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Just a little more.
Yeah, Uncle Frank asked, what do you think of the new trailer for the Return of the Living Dead?
Oh, the Christmas one where he's dragging a Christmas tree and it's the sludge monster.
Yeah, you posted that on Facebook,
yeah.
Right? And
I don't know. I think it sounds like another money grab. I feel like at least for my friends who are big fans of that movie, that they were like, oh, just another money grab. I feel like if they really wanted something serious out of it, maybe they would have posted something a little more than that. I would love to see a zombie film though, during Christmas. It would be great to have a zombie film in my lineup of Christmas movies. Not to sound total cheeseball, but this time of year, being a family dude, Christmas movies are a part of our repertoire. And so having a zombie film that would fit in that category would be great. So I don't know. I'm at odds. If they could pull off a really decent story, that would be great. But, I feel as if when it comes to these, let's try to do this, what we did before, but today, maybe it doesn't always work, because I'm a big fan of Beetlejuice. And when Beetlejuice came out, I was really excited to see that movie. And then I went to see it at the movie theater, and I was like, I was at odds with what I was seeing. I personally think that you can get into a point like that movie did, which is there's so many storylines that are going on because they're trying to grab whatever they thought or whatever they think is going to work and connecting with the audience, but it gets overwhelming. I like it when a story is simple and it can draw me into the story without getting too complicated.
Yeah. Since I'm a family man too, we have a full box, like 2 boxes of Christmas movies. One is comedies and the other is like horror, or my films, my Christmas box, which also features like 1941. You know, the
that's Spielberg, right?
Yeah, right. Dan Aykroyd.
Spielberg trying to do comedy.
Yeah, and it totally failed because all the American patriots were kind of pissed off. But it's a really cool film. Just check out this dancing fight scene. This is wow.
I got to see that movie again. It's been a while since I've seen it. I'm willing to give it a chance, and if it's good enough, I'll make it a part of our Christmas package for sure.
It also opens up on a Jaws spoof. So Spielberg's making, a gag out of his own successful monster shark film. That's and cool. Then you have this the Japanese trying to attack Hollywood, and you have Christopher Lee playing a German Nazi guy, and he really speaks German in the film, and it's really, really cool.
I'll give it another watch besides Die Hard and all the other awesome Christmas films I watch.
Yeah, so Batman 2 is a Christmas movie.
Yep.
But
I just watched that obviously because it is a Christmas movie.
Yeah, with this year I didn't have much time because since December 1st I'm full-time doing Kickstarter promotion. So I just I kind of listened to what's coming out of the living room when my kids watched Danny DeVito. Oh no, not Home Alone. That's still on. It's the Danny DeVito, Matthew Broderick.
Oh my God!
Deck the Hall.
The kids got some cringy stuff in there when they're talking about their daughters being so it's so cringe. Like, oh my God, can we do a Christmas movie without that kind of cringe crap? Like, it's fun up until that point, and it gets like, oh my God, what is this, like a weird Trumpian thing? Like, please stop.
Who's your daddy? You're talking about the scene, right? Yeah, it's they also have this weird thing where this one couple is supposed to be German or Scandinavian Swedish, but they're not really sure. So they're doing this yeah thing, like in Trading Places.
Yeah.
Trading Places also in my Christmas
I literally just
box.
watched that. I watched that a few days ago, Trading Places, and I remembered that Dan Aykroyd does blackface, and I'm like, you can't do that today, Oh my God, I can't believe he did blackface in that. But yeah, what's her name? The actress in that?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Curtis, man, smoking. But yeah,
nude, and she has some nude scenes, right?
Yeah.
But
sorry.
But hey, the best scene in this whole film is when Dan Aykroyd totally fucked up on the bus or the subway, pulling this fish or whatever he grabbed from the buffet and starting to eat it with all the beard and the hairs. and then outside his place he tries to shoot himself, but he goes like
Yeah.
click, 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 and they
And
throw
he
away the
runs
gun, and then he goes bang.
Yeah, and it breaks glass.
This is like the best center scene, one of the best center scenes ever.
Yeah.
But so I'm having the my Christmas collection, also like some really 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 unknown film like The Hebrew Hammer.
That's some good Comedy Central material there.
You've seen it? That's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
The only person I ever met who knows this film is Elon, because
Oh, wow.
we were talking Christmas movies, and then the Ice Harvest is great one. Yeah, Uncle Frank, I love Hebrew Hammer. Yeah, that's cool. How they mix like the chef thing
Yeah.
and the
Which, by
and
the way,
the
is a fun throwback to blaxploitation films. One of the ones that I really love to watch was the Human Tornado. What was his name? Dolomite. I feel like that's a big throw out to Dolomite as well. So the Hebrew Hammer, Dolomite, fantastic connection.
Okay, about coming back to Elon's questions about this Living Dead, Return of the Living Dead teaser. I really like snow in movies. I just watched the other night. Then I watched Black Snow.
That's what I was going to say. The zombies, the Nazi zombies. That's a fun one.
I don't know. The one I'm referring to is it's called Black as Snow.
Oh, Black as Snow. Isn't there a film with zombies in snow?
Right. And Dead Snow, I think, or Bloody Snow or something, or that. I think Dead Snow. Yeah, but this Black as Snow is a Euro thriller. Probably never gonna get over to the US, but there's quite, especially from Spain and France, they have lots of cool thrillers, like what's it called? Die purpurnen Flüsse is the German name. It's with Jean Reno. It's another cool Euro thriller, especially one. And so anyways, I like snow.
Sorry, another good Christmas movie that people don't talk about enough. It's a French movie, City of Lost Children. That is so good. That's the one where, have you seen that one at all?
I know about it, but I think I haven't seen it.
Oh, you got to see it. I mean, that same director did Delicatessen, which I love Delicatessen. Amelie is not so bad, but I like his darker angle. So if you haven't seen City of Lost Children, I feel like that's a great Christmas movie.
Oh, Brother Belial just commented dead, so it's Dead Snow, the Nazi thing.
Dead Snow, yep.
And I think Brother Belial, you either have a shop where you sell films, and it's either in the UK and you sell imported films from the US, or vice versa, if I'm not mistaken.
So my movie, I got a movie called The Shisley-Gwark. It's a mockumentary film. It's just under an hour long. We just released it not too long ago. So if you want to distribute my movie, we would love it. It's a mockumentary film about a monster who's been attacking communities across the United States, which is very topical right now. And it was a lot of fun to do. We actually just screened that in Brooklyn, earlier this month, and to rave reviews. So that was awesome. Anyway, just want to throw that out there as a shameless plug for my own movie.
Yeah, it's great. You just said released it. So is there anywhere people can watch it or can download it? Or
to release it, I've been looking for distribution options. There's this website called MeView that I've been considering, only because the other models is, Freevee and Tubi and Amazon, but like you really don't make much money at all, if anything. I'm not really looking to make money. I'm just more, I would love just to have an audience to be able to get a hold of it and watch it, in hopes that, well, I can move on to making more movies. So just like you. So yeah, the Shisley Gwark, there is a website for it. If you look up the Shisley Gwark, it should come up. And eventually we're going to update that site and have this available for screening. And we're not going to be asking a lot of money when we do. It'll probably be $6 or less to own, 99 cents to rent. But yeah, it's a mockumentary film totally inspired by Spinal Tap, which Spinal Tap has another movie that they're about to release here soon too. So mockumentaries aren't necessarily dead yet.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, Brother Belial just commented. He's a retailer in the US with a lot of German UK imports. Yeah, so.
Cool. Do you think he's selling December, or is he able to, or no?
Tim, can you see the commentary section?
No, I'm actually I'm just looking at the screen that I have for contacting you here. So I do not have that screen up right now. So all I'm seeing is just our live screen.
Ah, okay. Because there should be a button where you can activate the comments. I just went live on Instagram, and 2 people are watching. If you hear us,
Oh, now I see it.
We're actually live on YouTube. So if you want to come over, we're having a cool talk. Many people tuned in, and
yeah, if you keep tuning in a little longer here, I'm about to show you the surgery. I had the surgery done a while ago, where.
Okay, come on over to YouTube and hang out here with us. We're having really fun, and I'm looking totally weird in this camera. So anyways. Yeah, so you see it because Brother Belial writes, absolutely shoot me an email, but I'm not quite sure if he's referring to your
Karen
pants
apparently
down.
wants that pants down. I don't know if that's, I think that's against the guidelines of YouTube. So if you really want that, that is not going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen the German version on Brother Belial's, the German version of Death Hammer on Brother Belial's Instagram, or it was the Raven banner. So
didn't you say though, Jürgen, that yours is banned in the United States? Didn't you say Crappy Christmas, Operation Christmas Child is banned in the United States? Did you make the list?
What list?
The blacklist? The watching here list?
Oh, you know, the communist directors list. No, see, it's like this. I don't think currently there's a censor bureau or whatever in the US that really puts down media or takes down media. What happens is the project got sold through Epic. Epic's doing the world sales, and they sold the rights to December for the US to Shout Scream Factory.
Oh, okay.
And
which has, by the way, one of my favorite shows, MST3K.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the services and you know in the US, but it seems to be some kind of well-known horror network or something.
I don't
the
know
Shout thing.
Horror, but yeah. So Shout has it, and they banned it, or they're not including it, or something.
Yeah, and they took it out and replaced it.
With what? What did they replace it with? What did Crappy Christmas get replaced with?
Yeah, see. Okay, really quick. a big thank you to Becker number 92. Meet
So
me.
close, guys. So close. So
Thanks,
little
man.
more to go, and we can make this. We can do this for good. Come on. Come on.
Okay, the thing is, the producers from December plan to have 24 shorts just in advent calendar, counting up to Christmas Eve, which is the main night, the main Christmas celebration night in Germany. In Germany, the kids get their presents on the 24th at night. After church service and, a dinner. And then there's the big present opening of the presents. And of course, they handed out, every team got handed out 5,000 euros as a shooting budget. And now the thing is, of course, let's say one team doesn't deliver. Then the whole project, planning, festival, submissions, get flushed down the toilet because the film's not finished. And then you have to find a new director, filmmaker team, and then wait until their segment is done. So they asked more than 24 teams to make a short. So they ended up with 27 shorts, and all 27 teams delivered. Now first of all, the film was already very long because 24 times 5 minutes. And then you have some kind of wraparound. And then still up to this day, if you go to Letterboxd, many people complain the film is way too long because it runs like 2.5 hours or 2 hours, 45 minutes, something like this. So next thing that came up was if you have 25 teams, you have 25 directors, 25 DOPs, 25 this and 25, 24, you have a giant team. So the whole end credit took forever. They wanted to do rolling credits and show little images making off or something. That didn't work. The rolling credits took way too long, so they went with charts. And this was still very long. So they decided to add 2 more shorts during the credits, which made the film even longer. So, it's problematic, but that's how they solved this. And of course, now with 27 teams, 3 were supposed not to be in the project or just as an extra. This means no festival, screenings for them if they were just bonus tracks. Then, of course, I'm pretty sure the people that were left out or were shown during the credits, they weren't that satisfied. Why? Because they're asking, why am I in the credits? Why is not this or that segment in the credits? So that's when Shout Screen Factory decided to kick my film out. They had, they could change the order, and they had this one leftover that wasn't in the 24 segments, and it wasn't in the credits. There was this one that was left over that was actually only supposed to be a bonus track on the DVD. So they put this remaining segment in the credits, and one that was in the credits before was put in my place in door number 9. And some people actually recognized that because after the intro, you see camera move over a snowy forest, and it's tracks into a cemetery. enters the cemetery door. Then there are gravestones with the credits of the directors, and then it leaves the cemetery, and then somehow we end up in a room, and the room is filled with different items, and every item stands for one film. And for Crappy Christmas, Operation Christmas Child, this is the bishop's head, the mitra.
Oh, wow.
And so now the camera goes towards the mitra, the door opens up, you enter a tunnel, and then you're not coming out at Operation Christmas Child, where the character with the mitra is present, but you're coming out at, a different film. And so that's the reason why they could easily kick our film out. So this is the ban. It wasn't like a state censor department or whatever. It was just a company that acquired the right or purchased the rights to exploit Deathember commercially in the US. They also bought the rights for the UK. So that's why the ban affects those two countries. And and they could easily do it because there was this one leftover film.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is the whole ban information. Or did I leave something out?
So it's just the U.S. distributor who picked it up, Shout, has decided not to include Crappy Christmas, Operation Christmas Child, because it was just too much for their, I don't know, I think it's kind of baloney. I think you ought to go with how the festival had unfurled as it was, And if that's the case, why don't they just cut the short films down to 3 minutes? If they're concerned about length and whatnot, why do they have to go with 5 minutes?
The only people that are concerned with the length are some of the reviewers on Letterboxd. But there was another little problem because of the overlength. Some festivals didn't want to show Deathember because it exceeded one slot in the festival program.
Yeah,
the slots
usually a slot is about an hour and a half to 2 hours. I get it. I mean,
yeah,
I've been programming film festivals.
And this means a festival, if they decided to show Deathember, they could show they couldn't show two films in these two slots, so they couldn't. They had to show one films less, and some decided to not accept Deathember because of this. So that's why the producers created a two-part version, so they could split it up in two slots and charge twice admission.
Wow.
Yeah, and this two-part version is also on the Kickstarter version that I showed earlier, the ones with Karen's front cover and back cover artwork. And but it's basically the same segments, but they are in a different order. That also makes it unfit with the surrounding frame, with the as I mentioned in our case, the mitra, because they change positions. I think on the alternative two-part version, Crappy Christmas is door number 6. So we approach some item, which has nothing to do with Operation Christmas Child, and something like this. So it would have been like a total so the work you would have to spend to re-render this whole sequence, that was totally out of questions to redo that, I think. To come back to the questions, I think we kind of missed something.
Oh yeah, my pants. Sorry. Here we go.
Now, Rodrigo asked, if the Kickstarter failed, are you gonna do Indiegogo for Yuletide Suicide? Well, if the Kickstarter fails, I mean, we're only 121, if I do the math,
people.
and we have like 1 hour and 5 minutes left. So
What would help us get across the goal line? What is it going to be like? Do I have to twerk? Do I got to do like hand puppet stuff? You know, what do we got to do to help Jurgen get across the goal line here, folks? We're so effing close. Do we need to turn this into a ShamWow commercial? Hey. I'm wondering, like, how else we can help you get across the line here. I mean, because clearly the people who are tuning in, maybe if you're just tuning in, if you didn't know, Jurgen is raising funds on Kickstarter for his next project, the stop-motion animation project called Crappy Christmas, Yuletide Suicide. So if you haven't already, please go over to Kickstarter. $5, $10, obviously more if you can. The one that I actually bought was the DVD, so December Blu-ray disc set, which is great because I think it's only a limited amount that you're offering. I don't know how many you have left, but I made sure to get my copy because I had given my copy to a legendary noise artist. Goes by the Earwigs, Bizarre Charlie Alien. I gave him my copy, and I know it's going to be, because like I got that as a gift from you for participating in the project, which I greatly thank you for. And I know that he is a great person to have it because it will be in his library along with all of his most desirable collectibles. And I'm now getting my copy, so I know he's got a copy and I got a copy. And if you don't have a copy of December, there's, like I said, an opportunity to get a copy right here, right now. And you're helping Jurgen out in the process. So please, don't make me sing, I will remember you. Now you need to be a sick dog.
Yeah, I actually wondered why when you announced that you.
And by the way, I have to agree with Karen's comment because I'm seeing it down here. December is not the same without Crappy Christmas. And I 100% agree with you. 100%. I feel like Crappy Christmas is left on the cutting room floor by somebody who I was a fan of because of MST3K. But now I feel as if it's like a bunch, sorry, Karen, but the Karens here in the United States with a K are, who are book banning and whatnot, have done the same thing to Jurgen here. So with your $5, your $10 donation, you too could fundraise. You too could support a stop motion nihilist. No, seriously.
Yeah.
Please.
Some backer updated their contribution, so we're now only 81 euros away.
Look at this. $81
Yeah.
is what you're saying? How close are you to making your goal? $81?
Oh no, 91. I'm sorry.
91. That's great, folks. Come on. $91. Like the disc set is like, you're asking 40, for the December disc. So if you don't have it, 40 euros is all it takes. That and a blood sample. Because we need to know if you're an alien. We're going to be doing blood samples.
Oh yeah.
We're going to test them with some heat. If it comes up you're an alien, sorry, we're not going to take your money. Or no, we're going to take all your money.
Yeah, so the thing with come back to the whole banning issue, it's Shout took the film down. Maybe they didn't like it, or somebody in the company was offended, or they feared the shitstorm.
That I think is your number one right there. They fear the shitstorm. They don't want the backlash.
But they never really explained. They wrote me. They liked the film, but there is a certain law in the US and blah blah blah. And eventually, I came across that law, and it's total rubbish. But then They
Is that like a
didn't.
law that's part of the MPAA?
I don't know. I have to look it up again, but it's a law that it was created to avoid that some sick fucks posting pedophile porn in form of cartoons or anything. Like the whole Simpsons thing. Everybody's seen the images with Marge and Homer having sex or whatever, and yeah. And if somebody would do that with one of the kids in Homer or whatever, so that would go around, people could argue, well, these are not humans, and this is just an illustration, and that's what this law. I mean, I asked them, that they never answered me. They never confirmed that this is the law they're talking about, but that's the only thing I could find that they might be talking about. But anyways, after Shout themselves, they only offer streamings, VOD. There was no physical release in the US. Then Witter Entertainment is a cool company. They're putting new, mostly independent films, I think, out on VHS. So December got a VHS release in the US, and I contacted them, asked them, can you confirm, is Crappy Christmas included or is it cut? And they said that Shout, that they would have loved to include it, but Shout forced them to use the censored version. But then a year ago, two companies joined, Vinegar Syndrome and Culture Shock Releasing, both American companies releasing, like old horror movie re-releasing and do indie films, and they released December in Uncut on the US market. So this proves this whole blah blah about any laws that would not allow to publish the film is total bullshit. But this DVD was a limited edition, and it was limited to 2,000 copies, and it's sold out. So
wow,
might be a cool collector's item, but it hasn't been released to a broad market or broad audience. Like there's 2,000 people owning this film now, and but when you ask the questions about the whole ban thing, was the Canadian label Ravenbanner released December Uncut, and they also sell to the US. So many people in the US have the Ravenbanner DVD, or many unboxing video stuff I've seen on YouTube. Apparently, there's some kind of subscription where you get a certain amount of films delivered to your door every month or every week, because many people had unboxing videos and they shown the Ravenbanner Blu-ray DVD combo was saying, hey, this was in my monthly box or whatever. So they seem to have some kind of a package they subscribe, or so that's how several people got that film, because otherwise they might not have noticed it or picked it up if they hadn't gotten it in some kind of a mixed subscription or something. Yeah, but another thing I told several times already is, of course, the film sticks out of December because, for once, it's the only animated film, only clay animated film, and then because it's how it is, and yeah, and I kind of went over the top because I like films that are over the top. So this one death scene, which, by the way, we won an award for best death scene at Scare the Sheet Out of Us festival. The same festival that actually refused to screen the film after they selected it. So they contacted me saying, well, actually, we selected it, but somebody came up, and it's an Irish festival. The Irish had big scandals with, child abuse, Catholic Church. So, but then they were scared because of this particular American law. That's where I found out about the law, because before of the Scare the Sheep Festival, I researched on the web what kind of law could that be. Didn't find anything, and then the Irish guys from the festival approached me. Well, this one person in our team is concerned because, and I didn't really understand how an American law could affect a festival in Ireland, but somehow they were concerned, and so they pulled it and created a new award category, Best Band Film, which was awarded to Crappy Christmas because they selected it and didn't show it. Now I'm kind of lost track what we were actually talking about.
We were talking about December and the fact that it was banned in the United States with Shout, and the fact that as far as your fundraising campaign, you only have a few copies of December on Blu-ray. So if you want a copy, this is your chance. So fundraise. Also, I'm going to throw this out, Jürgen. If we get enough money for your fundraiser, I'm going to fly this here drone, because I live right next to New Jersey. I live literally right next door to New Jersey. I'm going to fly this over New Jersey. I'm going to spook the out of people thinking it's a UFO, because that's what's happening right now in the United States. So I'm going to fly this over there with the last person who gets us over the line. So if you get us over the line, just know that you too can scare people in New Jersey with drones. And I'm going to do it for you. Why not?
So, right, live, while we're still on air?
I don't think I could do that. That's a little more complicated. I don't think I could fly it out the window. I have to get a little close. Right now, I'm one city over from the border of New Jersey. So I would have to get in a car and drive to the next city over, which is Easton, and then fly over New Jersey, scare some people, and I'll share the video with you guys. Just for you.
Yeah, Rodrigo also asked if someone wants to make a horror movie, what would you tell someone how to make a horror movie?
I don't know if I would tell you how to make a horror movie. What I would say is that when it comes to horror movies, they're the most marketable worldwide, because as far as translation is concerned, people understand horror better than they do anything else. So, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, we have another update.
Yes. Where are we at? Oh, so close. So close. What is that? 61 euros?
Yeah.
Anybody got the $61 in their wallet? Somebody?
Well, about the question how to make a horror movie, and by the way, Rodrigo has like a Muppet in his avatar.
Oh, cool.
Check it out, because Tim is like a Muppet person.
Yeah, I'm a Muppet guy.
Yeah, and when I was over in Manhattan meeting up with Tim in early 2000, 2001, we actually went, and Tim had connections to Jim Henson Studio because
The
you
Muppet
interned.
Workshop that was still in New York City. Yep.
And you did an internship there, right?
No.
Or something.
So in 2001, January 2001, I came out to New York City for the first time to do avant-garde puppetry. It was part of the Henson's performance. It was a performance that was sponsored by Henson's wife, and I got to perform in front of Muppeteers, and that was a lot of fun. And while I was in New York City doing the performance, I got to go tour the Muppet Workshop and meet other students that were from my college that were working there. And I got to personally puppeteer Oscar the Grouch, Ralph. I got to see Rizzo the Rat. One of my favorites is Pepe the King Prawn. So yeah, I got to see a lot of my favorites, and I also realized that Jim Henson's Kermit, they actually had him in the storage room. They pulled him out for us. Unfortunately, Jim Henson's hands are way smaller than mine. I have giant hands. It sucks when I'm doing how-to videos with Japanese folks where I'm trying to teach a Japanese language and my hand comes in to shake the dude's hand and it looks like a giant is trying to shake this little dude's hand. But anyway, circle back to Jim Henson and Kermit. I couldn't fit my hand in him, so I was pretty depressed about that. But it was really awesome to see that studio while I was still here, and I'm so glad that you got to see it when you were out here in New York City.
Yeah, it was one of the highlights.
Yeah.
Besides going up to the Empire State Building, and took us at least 4 or 5 approaches because they only accepted cash.
Oh, wow.
And we ran out of cash, and then we only had, our credit card.
Yeah.
But we somehow needed to get cash, and it's kind of hard to get cash on a credit card back then because I had a Euro card and Martin had something else, and they asked for like crazy fees, for, getting cash. And then somehow we managed and to get cash, and then we went up. It was great.
Cool.
Anyways, I have to update the banner.
Oh, please. Drum roll, please.
We have Becker number 93, and we're at 69. And another thing we have to
so close.
That's another thing that's up to be unlocked with the 100 Becker crowd bonus. If we reach 100 Beckers, everybody of you guys get a free postcard set. And the voting is this time only for Kickstarter backers of our campaign. So if you guys are already backing the project, go to the updates section on Kickstarter, and there you can see all the different designs for the potential postcards. And after the last postcard, there's a question whether you want Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year being written on the card, or if you just if you prefer just the plain card without any.
I would prefer your signature
writing.
with a pube hair, if you don't mind. I'm a pervert.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Yeah, no. That's
horrible. Sorry.
Okay. To reach out to you, I could include that in the almighty savior perk.
Please, I'm taking a giant eraser and erasing that from everything I just said. Sorry, I'm totally out there on a ledge, but definitely excited. I think you're so close. All we need is 7 more people to get you, or get us all that have backed you that extra perk, which would be great. But literally just 31 pounds, and you could be feeding animals that are starving to death in Jurgen's backyard.
On the last campaign on Start Next, Elon, aka
Elon.
Uncle Frank,
Okay.
He has quite some expertise on Kickstarter and crowdfunding campaign. He gave me some tips, and it was he who came up with this little extra stretch goal, offering a sticker set and all that cool stuff. And last time the sticker set was at 8,000, and we're just €100 away from 8,000. And Elon, messaged me like, "Hey, I'm gonna create some buzz, and I'm gonna, go out and advertise and promote the thing. So we're gonna hit the 8,000." I was like, "Dude, if we're now hitting the 8,000, it's just €100 more, but making the sticker is easily 150, and then it's all the work, and and I'm like, dude, I'm actually quite satisfied if we stay like under the 8,000. So that was like this
there are
total.
places that are printing stickers for a little cheaper nowadays, which is great. You can get 100 stickers now, 3x3, I believe, for like $50 or something. But
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're at 150.
Okay.
And then with all kind of borders, financially. Same thing with like tax. If you're getting a pay raise and you getting the next tax class, then you might earn less than before. There is that chance. So this was my approach. Like, please, no, I want to do the film, and because what many people maybe don't consider is, see, my plan was start shooting in January. On January 6th, I have an intern coming in. I hired recently, and then I actually wanted to go full speed ahead to push the project forward. But now we have to deal with the aftermath of the Kickstarter, of course, So this means you also need to invest times to do this, of course, and then making more and more stuff. So this is again like this two-edged thing. I'm like, yeah, I do crazy stuff like with the action figure, but then actually producing this, because it's all handmade, we're going to do this in my workshop. It's going to be fun doing. Already went to my little storage room and looked for the dildo mold. So we're gonna cast several little rubber dildos and stuff and create the packaging and stuff. But yeah, of course, the more if you're a big team, like when whatever one of those campaigns that shoot out like crazy. For example, if like a famous 80s, 90s software developer announced we're gonna collect money for a new video game, takes probably 5 days, and they have twice the amount they asked for.
Oh yeah.
And
That's
then
because
if you
the video games are through the roof. So why don't you do a crappy Christmas, the video game? This is one where the Christmas child actually lives, because you have an option: dodging the truck or not.
Oh, you mean this Christmas child? The Christmas child in Germany is the Christkind. You're familiar with the Christkind?
Slightly.
Yeah. One reason I'm really fascinated with Christmas is because it's so bollocks. It's so totally crazy and mad. When you have like the Santa Claus, and he looks like the Nikolaus with the red coat and the black boots and shit. But the actual Nikolaus was actually a bishop, so he was wearing the mitra and having the shepherd stick, and everything is totally. So you have this pagan, heathen traditions, and it's being kidnapped by the Christians. And then many things all the way lead to Germany, like the Advent calendar is, as far as I know, a German invention, and the freaking Tannenbaum is German, and
That was
whatever.
a drunk guy, right? That was a drunk guy who's like, let's bring the Christmas tree inside our house. It's a Christmas tree, right? Something like that, but in German.
Oh, you just need to listen to Elvis' German version of. Oh no, it's not German. I think it's Nat King Cole. He has the Christmas tree in German.
Oh wow!
Singing with an American accent. And this is like Du kroonst nicht nur the summer side, nein auch in winter when it snowed. It's great. And Elvis is like the Muss sie denn zum Städle hinaus? he did like this German folk song in singing German. Anyways, yeah, fascination with Christmas. So you have like the Santa Claus, the Nikolaus, and then in Germany we also have the Weihnachtsmann, which is like the same guy as Santa Claus, red coat coming at Christmas Eve. And then you have like the Nikolaus without the Mitra and the Krampus or Knecht Ruprecht
That's
sidekick.
the best thing you have is Krampus, and I love how in Operation Christmas Child, Krampus is the one who saves the kid.
He's not really saving it.
Well, he's giving him options. He's giving him leverage, man. I mean,
Right.
You know, making an appearance, and here's a huge sack of weapons to liberate yourself.
Well, yeah, but this is, to me, this is really important. In the regular black and white films, you have the poor girl, the poor woman, not poor but weak, you know, and then you have like the big muscular idiot that's, you know, muscular and masculine and saving the day and saving the poor weak kids and the poor weak woman. And over here with Krampus, he only unlocks the door and leaves him the sack, and then it's up to Kid what he can do with it. So this is an act of empowerment. You know, it's not like I'm saving you and come on, I protect you, but you know, he has to take action for himself. He has to protect himself. He has to stand up for himself. And also the Krampus sack also had like a whole bunch of crap, you know, like useless Christmas crap in it. Then of course a shotgun.
Which, by the way, I feel like where we're at now with movies, I want to see a Krampus holiday movie. It's almost like Hellboy, but with Krampus, you know? I feel like that would be a fun story, you know, because I think Krampus is supposed to balance the Christmas thing out with like those who are bad, trying to inspire you to do good, so that way you're not a bad kid and don't have to go, be implanted in a snowball? Is that, or a snow globe? Is that it? Is that part of the German folklore? Is that like you go to hell and they put you into a snow globe, or is it just you go to hell and they rip you apart and eat you?
You mean Krampus and hell?
Yeah.
There's no connection.
No?
No.
So Krampus just eats the kids? Is that it? I don't understand. Because like in the American movies, for at least the most recent one for Krampus, you know, they get thrown into a lake of fire, and then they wake up and they're in their home, they think, but it turns out that they're in a snow globe. So
well,
the same?
There's also the American submarine movie where the Americans get their hands on the Enigma, even though the British did that in real history. You know, so I'm just saying.
So you're saying it's always altered.
No, I'm just saying, yeah, it's of course you have this demon, and then you have them do demon stuff and being really big. I think in this one he's bigger than a house or whatever. But so in the Frankfurt area, like where I live, we don't have the Krampus. Krampus is home to the Alp area. The European Rocky Mountains, the Alps. So this is where you find the Krampus: South Germany, Austria, and maybe parts of Switzerland. And it also mixes, the German Fasching, the Carnival. This is also end of winter. And people dress up as monsters also in South Germany and in Switzerland. They have also like crazy demon masks. And it's a tradition, a pagan tradition, to kind of scare away the winter, you know? So scare the winter away so the sun comes out, crops keep growing and stuff. So in our area, we don't have Krampus. We have Knecht Ruprecht. He's human, but he's also a sidekick to Nikolaus. And Krampus is also a sidekick to Nikolaus. So this is like good cop, bad cop. If actually over here on St. Nicholas Day, you either put your place your boots in front of the door, and next morning when you wake up, you find some treats in there, or at St. Nicholas Eve, a real Nikolaus is coming to your living room and reading you from the naughty list and, confronting you with all the misbehaving you've done the last year, and you stand there like a kid. Yeah, no. Will you be a good boy? It's like,
I'm gonna break your freaking kneecaps if you don't.
Yeah, right. That's like an authoritarian horror move, when the even weeks before St. Nicholas Day, your parents would go, just wait until St. Nicholas comes, then he will deal with you. And I've been threaded that St. Nicholas would stuff me in his sack and takes me out to the forest. And
that's God, he takes you out to the Pine Barrens. He's going to take you out to the Pine Barrens.
Yeah, and and there are also postcards illustration from Krampus where he shovels kids in the sack. So this is like the ultimate punishment, that you've been dragged away from your family. And the most horrific part is that your parents stand next to it while, St. Nicholas with this book. And they actually are okay with that. That's like the most horrific part of it.
Wow.
And so Knecht Ruprecht and Krampus is actually the same shit, but same shit, different assholes, so to say.
One's more of a goat, one's more human.
Yeah, right. I mean, the Krampus guy, you probably shit your pants just by looking at him, or when he's looking down on you as a kid. And Knecht Ruprecht is just a guy with,
like a teacher. You don't know what you're talking about, teach.
I mean, he's like a wild man. And he comes with the other guy in the red coat, also the beard and shit. And to make
wait, he's a wild man like Bigfoot?
No. But he looks like a like a hermit or some bum from the woods, like he's not dressed in a suit. Oh, hey, I came to take you away from your family. He's like, but yeah. So this is like the Krampus, Knecht Ruprecht crap, and I met, and yeah, I just came from the direction that Christmas is crazy. With this horrific, your family puts you out for some guy to judge you, to punish you, and ultimately, kidnap you. And they were just, see, bye-bye. That's what you're having for not behaving,
Adios.
So, see you later. And so this is some kind of this craziness. Plus, I had Nikolauses in my living room that had the fake white beard and the red coat and a hood. And then I had Nikolause. Then I had the bishop guy, same thing, with a golden, dress and the crazy head and then the staff. And it was, And then when I was older, we celebrated Nikolaus at my aunt's house. My cousin and my cousin, they were smaller. And they had a Nikolaus with a blue coat and actually one of those plastic masks, And
a plastic mask, that's creepy.
And and that was creepy as fuck. Yeah. So This is it's all insane. And then you have the Christkind. And the Christkind is actually, Christkind means Christmas child, and you would think that's baby Jesus, right?
Yeah.
But the Christkind is not baby Jesus. The Christkind also brings the presents, Usually back in the day, many people would go like this. Like I said, church service, then there's family dinner. On Christmas Eve, there's something really simple because Jesus and, they were poor people. So you have some wieners and potato salad or something. This is like traditional. And then the whole day, the living room is locked. And before it was locked, there's no Christmas tree. And then, parents set up the tree and decoration and lock it. And then somebody rings a bell. And when you hear the bell ring, that's when the Christkind is actually in the living room delivering the presents. And the Christkind is kind of an angel, looks like a children angel. And it's a girl. So Christkind is a girl. And so it's all mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to unpack.
Mind-blowing craziness.
That's where you're calling home, right? So, here in America, it's all about the gifts and Christmas gifts and whatnot. And then, the typical Santa Claus that we're used to here, which is the red suit, the white fringe, and the white beard, and the Christmas cap. But yeah, actually, I think the most recent film that was here was Red One or something. And that one, they had a Krampus in it that I actually kind of liked. He was the best part of the movie. Otherwise, the whole movie stunk.
Is it the one with The Rock?
Yeah. So typical for America. Like, we can't have a movie unless it's got The Rock in it or Kevin Hart. So, yeah. But anyway, we are at 93 backers right now. Are there any updates? Are we close? I mean, literally only 31 euros away. Literally.
No, we're still at the same status.
Oh, so close. What do we got to do, folks? Anybody have insight as far as what we could do to help get us across the goal line? I mean, literally 31 euros. That's it. And how many more minutes do we have? Like 34 minutes?
30.
Oh, 30 minutes. 30 minutes to raise 31 euros. It's like a little over $1 a minute. Anybody?
Hey, I'm having another thing I wanted you guys' input. I already start putting together a shooting soundtrack, like a playlist I'm going to listen to while I animate the film. And I'm looking for your most sad or haunting songs. So if you have any cool stuff like this, just write it in the chat or in the comments. I don't know if there actually are comments. Have to open the YouTube side to check this. Yeah, I already collected this on my YouTube Facebook side. I asked all my contacts to send me their suggestions. And I really found some really cool new bands. Yeah, I'm just checking the live stream on the second monitor. There is no comment section, so we only have the chat. Okay, cool. Yeah, another chaotic sidetrack talk about the craziness of Christmas.
By the way, how much do you have left to build for Crappy Christmas Operation Christmas Child? Is there still a lot of building you got to do, or do you have pretty much all of it built?
For the last film, we built Kit's house in the big scale. We only built the one front with the door. So we still have to, we already built the chimney, but the chimney side still has no wooden planking. And the other side, that's where this big window is, this still has to be built for all the exterior scenes. Then we already built, what else? There's a few new characters. Last start next campaign, Sonia from Austria purchased the Become a Clay character perk.
Cool.
So Sonia is going to become the female shopping TV host. So I have to build this puppet based on her image. And this is still to do. And set-wise, what else? We still have a bunch of props that are being modeled right now by Thomas. And they have to be finished and finished and painted, and yeah. So this still has to be done. Also have some crazy idea for more detailed background stuff that nobody's going to notice unless I'm going to point it out in some kind of talk. Speaking about talk, the first stretch goal is an in-depth talk about Crappy Christmas, pointing out all the hidden details and secrets and stuff. And this is when we hit 7,000 euros. Yeah, I actually had more stretch goals thought up, but I didn't release them because it's kind of weird if you go and if we hit the 50,000 mark, then, and then you're fighting hard to hit the 5,000.
Well, you also, it's a really tough time, at least for here in the United States, because of Christmas. So you're competing with all the gift giving, with everybody trying to get their loved ones presents or what have you. But, people need to set aside some funds to help contribute for the arts. The arts are really important, especially when it comes to artists like yourself who are doing content that is really hard to get money for. So I'm all about supporting artists like you. So I appreciate the opportunity to participate. Thank you.
Yeah, it might. So first of all, you're very welcome. I'm very happy you're on board, Tim. And it's starting with original, content. It's really hard to build up a fan base, especially when you're doing, let's say you're doing live comedy, then you can do lots of videos every time, you're going to grow a fan base pretty fast. If you're doing snail stop motion, where you're spending 10 hours nonstop to create 5 seconds, then it takes forever. And then if the project's dragging on for very long because you do crowdfunding here, crowdfunding there, so this makes it even longer. So right now we're having many people that are actually in the team for whom I collect this money, so I can pay for their travel costs, I can pay for catering, to host them here in the studio, to find accommodation. They even support the Kickstarter campaigns. So this is really cool that I'm getting this support even from people who work on the film. On the other side, it should be the other way around, So it should actually be that I'm raising the funds to cover their costs, and now they're helping cover their own costs, which is kind of crazy on one side. On the other side, it's also great, and it's usually Yeah, it's usually a long process, and mostly in the Kickstarter campaigns, if you're relatively unknown or new, or you haven't got a giant big fan base, it's usually friends and family that are at least like 50% or even more of the people backing the projects. And for example, on Start Next, if you're watching their tutorials, they're actually stating this. They stating you're probably being funded by your family, aunt and uncles and neighbors, and so it's a long process, to find new people, and we have a real bunch of many new supporters on this second campaign. On the last one, it was 57 people backing the project, and now we're at 93. And yeah, that's really cool. And like I said in all the previous postings, if somebody throws in a big chunk, like one backer, I think a lady purchased the little kit cellmate, collector's item, handmade by us. So this went for 600 euros. So this is great. And so this puts the budget forward, like on a big step. But crowd is usually also meant like if if you have 1,000 people, they're giving €5, then you have 5,000 euros. So it's every little thing helps, and it's really great.
I can't believe that you're only $40 away from hitting your goal. $40 is the cost of a December Blu-ray DVD set. If you want to buy one, now is the time to do it. Help push Jurgen to his goal. He's literally just about there. I think we could do it. All it's going to take is one person right now to buy the December Blu-ray DVD set. Jurgen said he will masturbate into it. No, he will sign it. He will sign it, right? No. Sorry, that's awful.
Dude,
that's horrible.
Dude, you're scaring everybody away.
Oh my God, that did. Now we have nobody here. Ugh.
Oh wait, I think there's this button where you can mute your micro from over here.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm really bad. I'm a bad dude for my lewd comedy, which is not even comedy. But anyway, please, all it's literally going to take is one December Blu-ray DVD set. Somebody buy one of those. It's $40. Help get him to his $5,000 goal. That way, that money gets put into his account, of which he said a majority of that money is not really going to pay for too much, but at least be able to help fund the people coming in and out of the studio to get the work done. And I really want to see this movie. So I hope that he can make this goal. Please, somebody.
Yeah, another fun detail is let me just put this back on. Yeah. Before I did the Start Next crowdfunding almost a year ago, I applied for state film funding, and it was denied because the jury thought that the suicide attempts shown in the film, I had to send in a full animatic. It's also crazy if you're doing a live action film, nobody cares for animatic. If you're doing animation, you have to, submit a full animatic. Just as doing an animated film, whether it's cell animation or stop motion, isn't time consuming enough. They aren't satisfied with a script. They want to see animatic, or
Wow.
at least sorry, I think I'm wrong. It's a storyboard. They want to see a storyboard. And as soon as you do a storyboard, you have to visualize things. And then I did visualize things, and then they argued that the suicide attempts shown in the storyboard are um, uh, um, are being displayed in a too sensational way. But it's a cartoon, right? I mean, it's a cartoon. It's a clay cartoon. So of course, this is over the top and a little bit of exaggerated. And this was one of the reasons. So they denied the film funding. We were back at zero, and then I started to try crowdfunding. And if we would have gotten this funding, the film would have already been done. But now I had to put in lots of time and work to run crowdfunding, which, by the way, is really cool because usually as a stop motion animator, you're standing in a dark bunker style room with all the windows closed, no sunlight, no daylight is allowed to enter the room so we can shoot under perfect conditions. And so you're standing, especially when you're shooting in winter, you leave your home when it's dark, you enter the studio when it's dark, then you work all day, and when you leave the studio, it's dark again. So it's kind of like a, Arctic night, Alaska, North Pole kind of experience. And so yeah, reaching out to people in this whole crowdfunding campaign is really cool. Really was also really fun doing the cheesy promotion videos. Kind of like reminded me kind of like the scenes we wrote the dialogue for, like the oh hey look at this blah blah blah, like the tailor shopping stuff. But anyways, where was I coming from?
Talking about the animation projects that you're working on and how it's hard to get the funds to be able to complete it. How you were trying to get the grant and they saw your storyboard and they were like, "Yeah, no thanks, too sensationalized."
Oh yeah. I know that was the story. Yeah, right. They denied the money, and if we would have gotten it, everything would have been covered, and we would have had enough money to pay for housing for everybody who helps us shooting and building. And they denied that, and now they have different programs, like a program to educate people, and so you can apply for a budget to hire an intern. So now this lady I hired to intern for 6 months, she will be the only person on set being paid. So this is so absurd. This is welcome to movie making in Germany. So first of all, they not supporting your film, but then over this internship, they kind of pay somebody to work on the film anyways, and then the intern is the only person being paid minimum wage, and everybody else on this project is actually paying, or supporting the budget with a contribution to the Kickstarter or something. So this is kind of weird. Tim, you have to cover for me. I have to take a short break.
Okay, no problem. So, yeah, Jurgen, I've believed in him ever since I met him online back in the late 90s, trying to get some input for doing stop motion films, because I was doing that in the beginning myself, shooting with a 16 millimeter Bolex. And I've seen Jurgen advance from that time to where he is today, and he's definitely he's extremely skilled and able to pull things off. This is a project that I believe needs to be funded, and we are so close to achieving that goal. We're literally 31 euros away from hitting 5,000. Like 40 euros to December DVD comp. So if you don't have a Bolex, that's your chance to get it over the line. Jurgen, is there an update at all, or are we still at 93 backers?
Yeah, 93. Nothing changed.
What do we got to do, folks? Just 31 euros. That's it. 31 euros. What do we got to do? Fundraising. Fun.
Fundraising. Fundraising.
Is there anything that you guys want for 31 euros in order for him to reach the goal? Do you want something? Do you want me to cut my hair live on this show? I don't know. What can we do to help get that 31? It's it. This is the time where I guess we should be biting our nails or just throwing 31 euros at it.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't pay for my own. Kickstarter is not allowing that.
That's crazy. Let me see. Come on, folks. Come on. 31 euros. That's it. I'm looking it up right now on Kickstarter too.
Die 5000 wurden geknackt.
Huh?
Die 5000 wurden geknackt.
Von euch?
Nee.
Oh! Yay! You got it. We're at 52.28, dude.
Did we make it?
Yeah. I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
On
Oh yeah. What's the sound? Oh yeah, I got
52.28. That's
Dude,
great.
I'm totally confused at the moment.
Well, again,
Too many.
Kickstarter looking, it says 93 backers and it says 52.28 pledged of 52.13.
Yeah. Somebody rescued the campaign.
Yay! Now
Thank you.
Thank you so much because Jurgen has been working so hard at this, giving up so much time. I'm sure his wife is like, "What the hell, man? You got to be a dad. You got to do dad stuff." And he's like, "But I gotta make this money to pay for this animation project." And she's all like, "I don't give a crap. I need help." I get it. So, woo.
No, our kids are grown up, so that's another reason I have more time. So somebody upgraded their contribution, some or a perk or something.
Thank you.
And thank you so much.
It's awesome.
That's great. So now we can we can get the money, plus we can create all the great perks for you guys and send them out.
Yay!
That's gonna happen starting January 6th with the new intern at the latest. Okay.
Now you pop your top on your champagne or whatever you got there.
Yeah, actually I don't have anything, only water. I've seen in the basement we have 2 more bottles of Fritz Cola, which is like, if you ever make it over here, I invited you so many times.
I will at some point. I have to. I want to badly.
I'm gonna introduce you to Fritz Cola.
Fritz Cola? What's
Fritz
Cola?
Fritz, you know Fritz.
Fritz Cola.
If you ever seen some film World War II with German bad guys, one of them probably was named Fritz. It's like short for Friedrich. Fritz. Okay, anyways, great. So yeah, we made it. We're at 5,014. So now we can go to the 7,000 stretch goal.
Drop the 2,000 in the bank, y'all.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Let's see.
Yes. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for believing in Jurgen like I do. I think he's extremely talented, and he only needs to be making more content. However that is. I wish there was a way to support artists. It was a lot easier, just because I can guarantee that obviously you're not the only talented one out there who's struggling for funding. There's probably plenty of others. But this is great. This is definitely encouraging, and I'm so thankful you achieved this goal. Woo! That way Kickstarter didn't just flush it.
Yeah, everybody's going crazy on the chat. And Karen thinks it was your turn, Tim.
Oh, my turn for what?
Yeah, for saving the day.
Oh, my turn.
I assume. I don't know.
Well, again, I would have thrown more in the hat to be able to get you over the goal for sure. So, whatever it takes, definitely. And
yeah, once you're so close, it's no problem to throw something in somehow. But yeah, that's great. I mean, it would be crazy to not do that, to lose everything.
Yeah, no doubt. I feel like for that amount of time, it's just, again, your family wants time with you. So now when you're pulling it away for your projects, which is kind of like not quite another child, but close enough, feels good to have the support. So rock and roll, man.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Now let's see. You know how I talked about the the Start Next campaign and the co-funding. They have a term for that. It's a co-funder. So it's a foundation, kind of like like public film funding, but it's a private foundation. You can apply, and if they think your project is cool and fund worthy, they become your crowdfunder. That's like the guys that, or the people that spent like the 50 cent per euros we made. And they also have some rules, and one of the rules says if your project hurts religious feelings of people, then they're gonna take away your money. And so there's a big chance on the Start Next campaign they spent like 2,500 euros on top of what we made. So there is a chance that they're gonna take away this money after the film is done.
What?
So yeah, so I already calculated that. So I always have to, I still have to put this money on hold somewhere, or at least make sure I have the amount if they want it back, or I have to think of something to fight them over the definition. When is that point? Where do you hurt somebody's religious feelings? And it's another of those zeitgeist things where everybody, same thing with the trigger warnings. I mean, that's not where I come from. I can see benefits. I can see where things like this can make sense. But in general, everybody tries to protect everybody, and nobody should get hurt. And like the society is getting very sensitive.
Yeah.
And I just thought about that when you mentioned the Karen thing, the term or the name Karen for a bitchy white woman, maybe slightly racist or whatever. But if people want that nobody should get hurt or nobody should feel hurt or whatever thing, then it even starts with stuff like that. Why is it this name and not something else? And how kids today that are named Karen probably gonna be confronted with that. Haha, you're a Karen or whatever. So and it's been like that forever. And I think we need to return to learn that people have to also get along with things, But anyways, the countdown is running. It's 18 seconds, 17, 16. And I'd say this is a wrap.
Yoo-hoo! Awesome. Yeah, I'm not a crook. Great.
Oh yeah, it also displays like a little firework or something.
Cool.
Okay, it says this project was, no, it's changed to German. Dieses Projekt wurde am 29. Dezember erfolgreich finanziert, aber du kannst noch nachträgliche Beiträge für Belohnung leisten. Yeah, this is new on Kickstarter. I have to write in the chat. Maybe it's stupid to write in the chat if I can talk to everybody. Yeah, thanks again to everybody for tuning in. I think it was a super fun night talking stupid stuff and maybe I hope it was interesting. And
I hope so too.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the support. I hope we will deliver a result that you will like. And what else? Yeah, it's new to Kickstarter that now you can keep the perks and things available. So if anybody, I don't know how long that is, but things can be purchased like after the campaign has ended. So this kind of means the campaign is still going on. I don't know. This is also, I'm still a bit confused about that. Let's see how this turns out. But it seems like you can still purchase stuff afterwards. And so unfortunately, we didn't reach the 100 backers. So we don't gonna produce the postcards. So everybody who voted, I'm sorry, but it was worth the try. Yeah, but we're going to do the stickers. And now since the voting is spread over several platforms, it might be a bit time intense to collect all the voting results. I'm also not sure right now how we handle the YouTube thing, because you had 4, and also on Instagram, the poll, you had 4 and 4 running against each other. And I think you can only place 1 vote. And let's see. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
I am very happy about that you reached your goal. Thank you, everybody who participated. Thank you all so much. Karen, congrats to you too. Have a great night. And of course, it's got Jürgen who's doing it, so it's definitely going to be a cool project. And yeah, I'm so thankful to know you, Jürgen, and I'm so thankful that you reached your goal. And hope your wife is happy too, because she doesn't have to share you with YouTube anymore for a bit. So until you go into your dark room.
Oh, I was receiving congratulations from off screen. So yeah, this is my kitchen dungeon here.
Okay.
And we should have done an introduction like Tales from the Crypt,
Yeah.
And then ending up like
that's a great intro, and that's stop motion too, which is awesome.
Oh, it is. It's definitely a model shot. I really loved it back
shot,
then.
They were controlling the timing, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. And still 8 people still watching us. That's great.
Ooh.
Yeah, Tim, thanks again for spending this evening or night here with me, co-moderating.
More than happy
awesome.
To.
I actually invited a whole bunch of people. I don't know if this doesn't work, if they couldn't enter the studio, or if they just didn't feel like stopping by. A bunch of people already contacted me saying they don't have time to stop by and say hello. But anyways, really cool, Tim. I don't know what I've done without you. Totally like. Please tell me what you want me to talk about. Yeah, great. So how do we go on from here?
I think at this point it's just wrapping it up, right? And saying adios and good night.
Yeah. Adios and good night. See you soon. And hey, Uncle Frank, thanks. Yeah, we celebrate over a pizza. Yeah. Great. Looking forward to this. It's been very long since I've been to the other place. Yeah, I'm gonna hit you up and then we're talking. Awesome. So we're gonna do the final twist. And this is the great part because up to this moment, before the twist, the film is really sad. And like I said before, it was written during the lockdown. I was really desperate because nobody tried to help me out, but the state didn't allow me to work because I do workshops with kids and we couldn't, do the distance thing and whatever. So they kind of, didn't allow me to work, but then I didn't get any help. So this was super desperate. And the film up to this end is also very, very dark and desperate. And at the end, the second super twist, we're gonna have at least some kind of little justice. Okay, Bobby, I hear you. You're right.
4 hours.
It's too late, man. It's like, the party where you can never leave and then the sun goes up. Okay.
I just got to use the bathroom. I've literally been holding it this whole time because I'm like, I got
to. Oh, no.
We got to hit the goal.
So wait, you didn't bring a bucket?
Oh, that's a great idea. Next time I'll bring my piss bucket by my desk.
Yeah, right. So, okay. Again, adios. See you on social media and so on. Tim, thanks again.
Thank you, guys.
And
thank you all so much.
We're out. Thanks, man. Thanks, folks. And bye-bye.
Bye, guys.